subscribers. Now, I come across version 1 on par scores on YouTube all the time. Usually it's not enough
Filters,
content for me to make a video
and
on,
effects.
but I decided to click this one and check it out anyway.
Okay, we should be good now. Time to start. Time to start arting. Let's see. New.
I don't even know what to say right now. After this, I was interested. I want to know more, and turns out this wasn't a one-off video. This channel has 20 more videos about this same creepy doll. So welcome to my reaction and explanation of the Pontiac Robotics Archive.
See how far should I go with it? 2K is.
Hello gorgeous people, what is going on? And welcome back
It
to
can't be
another video.
210 by something.
If you've been to my channel before, you probably know my basic layout of how I do these kinds of videos. Usually we go over one video at a time and they all have like a little intro before them. But the difference for this one is that each video on this channel is either 2 minutes or less, and I feel like putting 20 intros in this would be just like a bit extra. So we're gonna go over these videos in like chapters, I guess.
So
at the same time.
2560 by.
We'll go back and go over everything that we saw, including the video that
Yeah,
you watched
yeah.
already, which was tape 1. There's actually something there that you may not have noticed when
2560
you first watched it, but we'll go back to that in a
14.
second. Let's get started.
Resolution.
Introduction to Meg.
144, transparent, and
Okay, Meg. It's time for your operation. Open wide. Oh dear. Have you been brushing twice a day? Oh, what is this? Meg, you have some gunk in your teeth. All right, time to clean up.
There's just something sick about this. What are you looking at me for?
Nice job, Meg. Open wide, Meg. Nice. Time to. Oops, sorry. Hope that
Damn!
didn't hurt too much. Oh, does not look like you have been brushing enough. Oh dear. Let me get my other tool.
let's see.
Okay, so we know that this robot android thing, its name is
All
Meg,
right.
and this guy seems to be doing some kind of teeth work on her, but is not being very careful. I mean, bro literally stabbed her with a tool. Again, I don't really know much about like dentistry or anything like that, so I don't know what tools bro is using. But also the vibes are way creepier just now that he's got this mask on too. It's just very disturbing.
I think I have it reversed. Two 560 40. Go.
Now, obviously, there was some reversed audio in the beginning of that one. So, like I said, after we go through like the first clump of clips, which will be the first 5 in this case, we'll dive back in deeper and I'll go through stuff like that.
A bit bigger. Fine.
Happy birthday, Meg.
Happy birthday, Meg.
Time to light the
Okay.
candles.
Let me lower this up just a little bit.
It doesn't look like
Aha!
it's a cake there. Maybe like a cupcake
Let me
or
think.
something
Let me
on that
think.
plate.
You look hungry.
Dang, nice.
Ooh.
Here.
Blow
Oh,
out the
damn.
candle, Meg.
I did do that.
How old are you?
No response. Wait, that's... Meg, that's not what I meant by blow out the can. I didn't mean like dive your head deep into there. She had to have like burst into flames. That looked like the flame looked huge at the end of that. Also, I do just want to go back. There was,
Why is
like,
it
a
like
bit
that?
of
What the
a
hell?
flash
Stop it.
frame there. Oh, that's cute. All right, so this appears to be an extremely up close picture of Meg. Although I do believe Meg has like actual teeth, and this looks like drawn on kind of. Unless this
Why would I
is,
want to do
like,
this?
something else, but I feel like this has to be Meg. What else would it be? Okay. Okay, he's injecting her with something. Is that him carrying her? And he just threw her down the stairs. Okay. These first 5 videos are pretty much our introduction to Meg. We're basically just meeting her and seeing the dynamic between the android and this guy who is unnamed so far. But where did Meg come from? Why does this guy have this android? And we might know a little bit about it already. Back in the first video, there actually is 2 different instances of reversed audio.
Hello there. Sitting on the Friday for me. Utopia orthodontist.
It sounds like it's saying Utopia orthodontist and hello there. The Utopia orthodontist part, maybe Meg is a robot where they practice dental work on, and maybe this guy just brought it home or something. But there's clearly got to be a connection. I'm sure that's not said for no reason. Now, as far as Meg saying hello there, it's kind of interesting because I feel like when we jump into a lot of these horror series, we don't know exactly what type of horror we're going into. Are we going into like supernatural, or is this kind of realistic? Like, are we just watching some really creepy real life?
I think I know what I want to do with this
So
now.
is Meg's android actually programmed with a personality, or is it actually possessed?
Come on, all the way.
Because she does say hello there, and then in the second video, we kind of hear a little bit of a laugh, which does sound like a different voice from the guy talking to her, so I'm gonna also assume that's Meg. But we know Meg doesn't always speak all the time either. This guy's kind of like asking her questions and kind of constantly saying things to her, and she's not responding at all. Instead, she just falls into the flame. Now, in tape 3, there was a news broadcast that I brought up where I also said the audio is backwards for it, and here's what it says.
Let's get the let's just get the shape of my head, really.
A stolen interactive android from a Utopia orthodontist booth. Well, for our class time on the planet OS. The local police are on high alert for evidence.
So in case that was hard for you to hear, which it definitely was for me too, I had to listen to that back like 30 times. What I got out of that was, last night a robbery occurred at Emirates Convention Center. A robber broke in and stole an interactive android from the Utopian orthodontist space. The local police are on high alert for evidence. Now there is another sentence somewhere in there that I couldn't quite understand, so if you were able to pick it up, let me know. But this basically confirms exactly what my initial thought was. Meg was basically stolen from an orthodontist place. And And like I said, I guess she's an android where maybe they practice dental work on, and for whatever reason this guy is also doing dental work on her, but definitely feels more twisted. And we actually do get a little bit of a hint of how twisted it's about to get. In that last video, we did see the guy gives Meg an injection, which I'm not sure what that is at all, but then he kind of brings her up the stairs and then just throws her down. It doesn't look like he drops her, it looks like he literally
Nose
just
would be
tosses
a little
her.
bit
And
like
this is what's
that.
gonna lead us into this next chapter of videos, which is basically the abuse of Meg.
Let's have it more like
Chapter 2. Abuse.
that. More, so more smaller.
You broke my
So,
window. It's time for your punishment.
She already looks more messed up than in the first video.
See no evil, Meg.
He covered her eyes. Now he's shutting her mouth.
Speak no evil, Meg.
okay, I need to turn this shit off.
Time is the only sin that will teach you.
See.
He just break her
That
leg?
should teach you, Meg. Now I will put you in time out here the street. I'm mad at you.
That's not
I'm
sure.
mad at you. He said she broke his window, and that's why she's in timeout. Are those weights?
No, back. Yo, keyboard shortcuts, there we go.
So this just brings it more into question. Is Meg actually like a sentient android, or is this guy just totally out of his mind? He claims that Meg broke his window,
Nope,
and
it's
that's
still
why he's
there.
putting her in timeout. Now he covers both of her eyes and closes her mouth. And then he puts her in a closet and puts weights on top of her, almost like it's to stop her from moving. He also breaks her leg, like that would
Wait, no,
actually cause her
that's
pain.
to zoom in.
So,
See,
like, we
control
have
shit
seen
plus.
Meg move before. She moves her mouth
There
and
you
she
go.
moves her eyes, but we haven't seen her like actually move. And if she does, it doesn't look like
Okay, good.
she's super strong,
Turned it
because
off.
those look like very light weights that he put on top of her. But this guy does believe that she can actually see and speak, I guess, if he's taping her mouth shut and covering her eyes. And he says, "See no evil, speak no evil." Did she actually break his window? Like, I don't, very confused. Is that Meg?
Probably around right.
We're
About
outside
here.
now for the first time, which is interesting.
Shoulder.
Dude. So
Nom,
part of
nom,
me was
nom.
like, is that Meg or is this a different android of some kind? But This literally says Meg on screen, so it's got to be her. You can also kind of tell by the holes on the neck. I feel like we keep seeing those 3 holes around the neck. Meg is way more destroyed now. No hair now, which almost makes me wonder, are we given these videos out of order? Like, we have been watching them in order so far. They are numbered, but remember how Meg's head like fell into the fire in the 4th tape? Is it possible that this is the tape that would take place right after that? Because maybe all of her hair like set on fire, burnt up, and that's why she's so damaged here. I think it's just worth thinking about that. We may not be getting these videos in the order that they were actually taken in.
Da, 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 da. Okay. I'm just gonna be there permanently.
Some backwards audio there.
No, that's enough.
Oh. Oh no. Did Meg just move on her own there? Or was that really just a case of like, it fell over? Either way, it looked really beat up in tape 1, but now this thing is just completely destroyed. I'm really starting to feel bad for it, because I know we're seeing what we're seeing in these videos, but I even feel like there's more damage going on that we haven't seen. Like with each video, she just looks worse and worse, and now she fell, her face plate is broken. Who knows what she's about to look like in this next one. There was some backwards audio in that one. Like I said, we will go over that in a bit after we finish this clump of videos here. My God, dude. Whoa! She didn't even do anything! She was literally just sitting there. Dude.
I'm just gonna redraw it.
More backwards audio. Looks like a fire of some kind. So he tells her to stop misbehaving, throws her to the ground, destroys her face with a bat, and then immediately gives her a new one. I do believe he does enjoy hurting this thing, and now that he's destroyed the face, he needs to give it another one to destroy again, I'm guessing. Like, this thing needs to have some sort of identity for him, because I can't see why you would destroy the face like that and then immediately give it a new one. He like had that mask ready too. Oh. Backwards inverted footage this time?
Sliver, banana, go I. Ooh,
Oh, she's out in the rain, I think. It's smoking now. As far as that audio there, I couldn't really make out. It sounded like some kind of song. I kept hearing the word slaver, maybe?
Slaver, banana, go I. Roots.
Very hard to understand. Dude, like, I think she did have hands before, but now it's literally just like wooden pieces of hands and legs. It's insane comparing this to what we first saw. Like, why?
Ow.
This is your fault, Sylvester.
Okay, so we have a name. So even though majority of that section is pretty much Meg just getting abused for what seems like no reason, we do get a ton of information compared to the first 5 tapes. First of all, at the end there, it does seem like Meg is speaking when she says, "This is your fault, Sylvester." I'm guessing Sylvester is this guy whose POV we've been seeing the whole time. He's the one that's been abusing Meg and doing all these things to her. So we have a name now, Sylvester. The confusing part is it does seem like Meg throws a whole ass leg at him there. Like, he's just standing there and then this leg comes flying towards him. So it does seem like 100% Meg can move on her own. At least that's how I'm perceiving it. So since we know she can move on her own, it makes sense why weights were placed on her back in tape 6. He was putting her on timeout and really wanted to make sure that she wouldn't be able to move. There are a lot of reverse moments in those tapes and reversed audio, so we're gonna go over those now. In tape 8, when Meg is playing the piano, it does, first of all, sound like that she might actually be playing the piano. We see her at the piano and we do hear piano notes. It also does sound like there's some kind of radio transmission in the background, and it's super hard to understand. I'm gonna play it for you so you could see what you can hear from it.
Friday, September 6th. Your Bonz sound. Friday, Bonz sound. 34 followed this weekly religiously.
But what I got out of that was Friday, September 6th, 34th something something street. It's that one's probably the hardest to understand yet. But yeah, I got Friday, September 6th, 34th Street, something like that. But it's tape 9 where we get a big info drop with that news broadcast. When we put that one in reverse, this is what you get.
House in blaze. Woman found inside, burned alive. Homeowner missing. No evidence found on homeowner's whereabouts.
So what I heard was house in a blaze, woman found inside burned alive, homeowner missing, no evidence found on homeowner's whereabouts. Now, how that completely connects to the story, I don't know. You may think that that might be the fire that we saw when Meg fell into it, but I don't think so. I think this is a separate incident. They do say woman found inside burned alive. I'm pretty sure they're not going to be talking about Meg, because Meg is literally a robot. But we do see a man walking away from something, and we hear screaming in the background and what sounds like a house burning. I think this is to literally show us this is the homeowner walking away from the scene of his house burning with the woman burning alive inside. It just lines up really well with that news broadcast. I'm not sure what it means. I want to guess that the man that's walking away, or the homeowner that's walking away, is Sylvester, because he's literally the only character we know right now other than Meg. And speaking of characters that we don't know, we do see Sylvester pick up some kind of photo of someone. Who's on that photo? I have no idea. But these are just things that we should keep in mind, because I'm sure we're going to get more info in later videos that will definitely tie into these. Now, I am calling this section abuse because this is really mostly the abuse of Meg with very little information shown. This next thing that we're about to go over is weirdly a break in the series and the only time that this happens in this entire series so far. Interlude. Utopia Orthodontics commercial.
Me neither.
Welcome to Utopia Orthodontics. Our delightful crew is here to help you to your long journey to a perfect smile. We offer almost 6 unique procedures to ensure that your distinct oral situation can be fixed. It only took Jake 7 years to achieve this perfect smile. And this week only, we offer a 10% off sale on children's headgear and 5% off 2-week warranty on children's braces. Utopia Orthodontics. Your smile will show.
Want more from your raisin brand than more of the same? Go nuts!
And weirdly enough, that is the only video in this entire series so far that is not considered a tape. This is considered a commercial. And it looks like it's literally recorded right off a TV because the beginning of it looks like a TV show and then it jumps into the commercial. Something important to note is that the description of this one says, commercial from Utopia Orthodontics that depicts the android, circa early 1990s. So apparently, this android in the beginning, this is Meg, before she's at all tampered with or destroyed or abused. Whatever ends up happening from this to tape 1, there's definitely a lot missing, because this is not how we see her in tape 1. She's already very beat up and destroyed and messed with. There's not much else to note in this commercial though, other than the fact that it is Utopia Orthodontics, which we have heard twice now, which is where Meg is from, so just double confirming. It does weirdly glitch when it says 10% off children's headgear, which is very odd. I'm not sure if that's just for effect or if that's on purpose, like kind of hinting at us something. And then when the commercial finishes, we get like a Raisin Bran commercial, which is kind of funny, but this flashes on screen. I have no idea what this is. My thought is this kind of looks like a convention center, maybe, because we did learn in the earlier videos that that's where Meg was stolen from, some kind of convention center. For conventions I've been to, these all look like individual booths. Maybe that's a stretch there. If you guys have any idea, let me know. But this doesn't look like Meg or anything. This looks like a person. It's just a very weird detail that they would like throw this frame in there randomly, you know? I feel like a lot that we've seen in this series so far is done on purpose. But now we jump into the next chapter of this, which we get an absolute insane amount of information. Chapter 3. Secrets revealed.
You want to be happy. You want to be happy. You want to be happy. You want to be happy.
You won't be happy. Okay, another extremely quick tape. That is the voice that Sylvester's been using in previous tapes, saying you won't be happy. So I guess he's implying that he doesn't want Meg to be happy. And then after we see her, we kind of hear what I think is the sound of a saw. He's been destroying her, but maybe he's putting her back together so that he could destroy her even more. Like we see she definitely has no head there. Maybe he's giving her like new legs or putting her legs back on. I just wanted to note that. Another weird thing that I only noticed while editing right now is there is actually a bit of reversed audio, and it sounds like it's a different voice saying record her. I'd also like to add a flashing lights warning for future videos in this series because it does get a little flashy with some of the effects. Looks like those might have been Meg's original faceplate and hands. it just gets weirder and weirder. I said this already in the video, I'm no dental expert or anything, but I believe this is some kind of dental machine, maybe? Let me know in the comments if you know exactly what this thing is. But this looks like to be inside of some kind of dental office, maybe? Because it looks like there's multiple rooms here with different kind of machines in them, or maybe sinks. Looks like an artwork on the wall here. It's giving like a dentist office kind of vibe. And then at the end here, we have what seems like Sylvester banging on the back door. We've seen this door before in past videos. Not sure why he's locked out right now. There also is some audio at the end there that's kind of hard to hear. I will play it back for you a couple times. Let me know what you could get out of it, because I'm not really sure what I hear. But the big thing is this piece of paper here. So it's kind of quickly just like glossed over here with the camera, but I did a little thing. So I kind of screenshotted it and meshed it together the best way I could so that it was most clear. I increased the contrast, sharpness, stuff like that. And obviously most of this doesn't seem like English, and apparently it's Latin. So here was the best translation I was able to get. This is what I typed in on the left based on what I could see, and this is what came out on the right. Megan resurrection, trade or stand behind, I would break into pieces, catch me, throw her out. He goes out through the field, take it back again, they would pray. It's handwriting, so I could have gotten some letters wrong. There might not be spaces where I thought they should be. If anybody does know Latin, let me know in the comments what this says. Maybe you'll be able to read it better than I can. But I think the big thing to note here is that the top definitely says Megan Resurrection. So was Megan a real person that was resurrected through some ritual into this android? That could make more sense to me. We did learn earlier that there was some woman that died in a fire and the homeowner went missing. Maybe the woman that died in the fire is Megan, and the owner is trying to resurrect Megan into this android so that he could still have her around. But maybe it's not like a love thing, like, oh man, I want her back. More like, I want her back to punish her further for what she did. Maybe she did something horrible and this guy sees it as like he's got to punish her. So he was successful, she's just stuck in this android forever now, so he keeps abusing her, then putting her back together, then abusing her again. This theory could change before this video ends, but this is just my theory so far. Obviously seeing Latin written on a piece of paper saying resurrection is very much like giving me some supernatural vibe. Again, maybe I could be wrong. I would definitely like someone that knows Latin in any kind of way to try to translate this the best they can. Like I said, please let me know in the comments. Wow, dude. It's like he attempted to make a face for her again.
Merry Christmas, Meg. I got you some new teeth.
That's not where teeth go. Dude, why is her eyeball all the way up there? Reversed audio again. Like I said, there was reversed audio in that one. We'll go back and do that. But that video was just disturbing. What a messed up Christmas present.
Yep, it'd be pretty bad. That's kind of weird. Let's see here. Let me just do this. Control T, Control Shift.
Your daughter was saved by a husband and they both made it out alive.
It won't be a stylish marriage. I can't afford marriage.
What is that? Is that like a sparkler or a firework or something?
His wife's fate was less pleasant. Megan's burnt body was found, and police speculate she was unable to open the window to escape. Sylvester suffered many deformations at the face and hands.
So this is something I was trying to figure out way earlier, to be honest, but I couldn't. There's something written on the mask. I can't quite understand what it is. This looks like this might be an R, I, an upside down T, then maybe another I, and then an S. But even then, I feel like we're still missing parts of this. Like there might be more on these sides. It almost looks like there's more writing here. So maybe we'll get some more in the future.
I freaking moved my hand on my screen like that. I'm gonna
drop there. Wife torches house after
I'm erasing it.
was having an affair with a coworker.
Like I'm moving the. Damn it.
The daughter was saved by the husband, and they both made it out alive. His wife's fate was less.
I am so used to like when you're erasing, you're trying to like blow off the eraser.
Sylvester suffered many deformations at the face and hands, which would make sense why Sylvester always wears a mask and gloves. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Sylvester's always wearing gloves, so that's why he's always covering them both, because they're probably insanely deformed from the fire and the damage he had. This could align with my theory, to be honest. Sylvester worked at a local orthodontist center. He was cheating with a woman that worked there. Meg, his wife, finds out and goes to burn down the house because of like a crazy reaction she has to it, almost killing him, her, and their daughter. Sylvester makes it out with his daughter alive, but severely damaged to the face and hands. So he finds a way to resurrect Meg into this android, and now he's punishing her further beyond death for her maybe trying to put their daughter's life at risk and his own life at risk because of something like that. At least that's my theory. That makes sense to me. But that was a big information drop. A lot of name drops there. But where is the daughter and all this? Because I've yet to see a little girl yet, unless that was the picture that he picks up a few tapes ago. But we haven't seen a girl at all yet. Well, there's the daughter.
Daddy said that man works at Pontiac Robotics. He makes cool robots. My favorite robot is Roger. He is a funny rooster.
We do not talk about her, Sarah.
Yay, Roger.
Sense the wild warblers.
Hold up. I love how we went from videos of just a guy beating up an android to now, like, that was a lot of info again there. So first of all, Utopia Ortho Android. We did know that. RK-IA or 1A. Not sure what that might mean, but this android is labeled Meg. And this little girl even says that's part of mommy's name because her mom is Megan. So this must be the daughter, who Sylvester actually refers to as Sarah. So we have her name too. His daughter's name is Sarah. Now, I didn't even think about this. The whole channel name is Pontiac Robotics Archive. We haven't heard the name Pontiac at all yet, or like Pontiac Robotics, until right now. She literally says, Daddy said that at Pontiac Robotics, he makes cool robots. So it seems like Sylvester might have actually created Meg from scratch. Sarah also says that her favorite robot is Roger, and he's a funny rooster. And at the end, this is Roger? What in the FNAF? Like, I didn't really expect this series to go that route, but these literally look like full-on animatronics here that we're seeing, like very FNAF styled, which is quite, I don't really know how to feel about that, to be honest. But it does actually make sense because the profile picture for this channel is like some kind of bird, I think, and it does also look like an animatronic, so that does make sense. Sylvester then also opens the crate, and we do get a look at Meg like straight out the box here. And Sarah even says that looks like mommy. So this entire android is based to look like Sylvester's wife. Now, the question is, does this take place before or after Meg died, like the original Megan? And I want to say this takes place after, because Sarah says that looks like mommy, and Sylvester says we don't talk about her. Very, very interesting. Okay, so Sarah again with the camera. I think she said I have to find my train.
What's that? Probably Daddy's dentist machine.
Probably Daddy's dentist machine.
There you are, Rosie.
Okay, that was a toy train there.
Oh no, my flashlight.
So I'm trying to understand what like the purpose of each tape is. I feel like each tape is trying to show us something. And I think the purpose of that one was to show like this is all going on in Sylvester's home where his daughter lives. Like that door that she shows is the same door that we've seen in multiple videos of Sylvester abusing Meg. Do you think he hides it from his daughter? Is his daughter aware? She does see a light on the other side of the door, and she does say, oh, I guess that's Daddy's dental machine. I believe she said he works at Pontiac Robotics, but it was also implied he might have been working at Utopian Orthodontist. Maybe he works at Pontiac Robotics providing robots for Utopia Orthodontist, and that's where he met the woman that he cheated with. But does that mean that the teeth he put in Meg were real teeth that he may have gotten from the orthodontist office? Because that would make that way, way more disturbing if they were actually real teeth. Okay, so this is the same room that Sarah was in the last video. That was definitely a weird way to end off that tape. Okay, so this is the same room. We've seen Meg literally on this contraption up here before. I forget what this is called. I've seen these before though. I'm guessing this is Sylvester working on something. Maybe he's working on Meg. It's very hard to see what he might be working on, but he is wearing something over his head still. It seems like he's very ashamed of what he looks like currently. Well, maybe this is Meg. This kind of looks like this might be like the eye of a face here. So maybe he's working on putting her back together again. I'm not sure. It is also worth noting that in the description for that one, it says he won't be happy. All right, let's watch this next one. Dude. Okay, so there was some reversed audio in that one too, which we'll go over now. And also there is something in the description of this one too. It is backwards, which is interesting, but when you reverse it, it says, I only borrowed the android from the trade show. I'm going to return it to Pontiac Robotics from Sylvester. Brother, you did a lot more than borrow the android. I don't know how you're gonna return this thing back to Pontiac Robotics. You completely annihilated this thing. You're gonna have to rebuild. You might as well just get a new one. Like, just pay to build a new one. Again, my theory is that he works at Pontiac Robotics and he originally built Meg. Just build a new one and then give it back, because you cannot give back this one. This one is completely destroyed. This next video is apparently the Pontiac Robotics season finale. This tape was found with writing that read, "Burning the android." Okay, he's spraying it with gasoline. Seeing where she was at the start to where she is now is just insane. Also, I thought he was just returning her. Now he's completely burning her. Whoa, hold up. Wait, what? I didn't even realize captions are on. Latin. This says, "The recorder will not be happy."
Ow.
Okay, so pretty much I just watched 11 minutes of a robot burning. Nothing else really notable happened other than at the end, we do get a glimpse of like the scene from almost all the tapes, but without Meg there. It almost looks like every spot that all the tapes were filmed in was cleaned up like Meg never existed. And the only thing that survived of Meg, it looked like, was her foot. The guy just grabs the foot and kind of just throws it into the distance, and then the screen just fades to black. And there's a little bit of audio at the end there that I will play. The series is very interesting because it is very clearly a series. There is very clearly something deeper going on here that we still don't quite know yet. So my final thought on how everything went is this. There's this guy named Sylvester. He has a wife named Meg and a daughter named Sarah. He works at Utopia Orthodontists. At one point, he cheats on his wife with another worker that's there. His wife finds out. His wife, in a rageful reaction, maybe sets the house on fire, risking the life of him and his daughter. He ends up getting his daughter out, but at the cost of burns on his face and hands. And Meg does die in the fire. It says that she wasn't able to get the window open, so she couldn't escape, so she burns to death. Now, I think this incident causes Sylvester to lose his job because he's so burnt in the face and hands. I could imagine that maybe he loses his job just because of that. It might scare, you know, other patients he may have. So he loses his job and he becomes rageful. Now, this is the part that's a little confusing to me, is where the Meg animatronic actually comes in. Like, did Sylvester also work at Pontiac Robotics? We know that Pontiac Robotics makes the Meg android, and the Meg android is based on Sylvester's wife, Megan. It looks like her. Sarah knows it looks like her. And this robot was being shown off at a trade show, and Sylvester breaks in, steals the android, and brings it home, where he then takes out all of his anger on this android and abuses it. It does seem like Meg herself, like her soul or something, is attached to this android, because this android is able to speak, it's able to move on its own, and it's able to react to Sylvester. It even calls him out by name, throws things at him, and he keeps punishing it and claims that it was misbehaving. An interesting note is that at one point it misbehaves because it breaks a window. Is that a reference to how she couldn't get out of the window when the house actually went on fire? Beating this thing, destroying this thing, putting it in a closet, putting weights on it so that it can't move, covering its eyes and taping its mouth. And it seems at some point it gets so destroyed and he decides to burn it. And just as we watched in the finale, it literally burns to a crisp. There's nothing left except for a foot. And I think that's it. Except there is a bit more here that's kind of weird, and I might be misunderstanding. I think it can be implied that there's two people in most of these tapes, and I'm not talking about Sarah. It seems like there might be Sylvester and another person. A lot of times we see the camera moving around, and we also see Sylvester on screen with Meg, so maybe there's someone else holding the camera. It's also said in tape 14, who keeps fixing her?
Who keeps fixing her?
So maybe there's another person here that keeps fixing Meg and attempting to put her back together, and Sylvester just keeps destroying her over and over again. We also see somebody in tape 19 working on something in the room, and this could also be Sylvester, but it's a different kind of mask covering his face. Maybe that's a stretch, maybe not. Also, we know what Sylvester's voice sounds like in the early tapes, but it does seem like there is a second voice at times that sounds different than his, and it's not Meg's or Sarah's. So be sure to let me know your thoughts on that. You could also add to that with how in Latin in the final tape it says the recorder will not be happy. Like, who is the recorder? They could be mentioning Sylvester as the recorder. Maybe someone else burned Meg at the end there, or maybe that is Sylvester that burned Meg, and he's saying that the person that's been helping him record these videos, the recorder, will not be happy that he's burning her because they've been fixing her over and over again. Again, it's very confusing. There's a lot that's not fully clear in this, and that's obvious because this isn't a complete series yet. This is the season finale, so this is just season 1. I saw some people complain in the comments under these tapes that they're like, this is so hard to understand, blah 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 blah, but that's literally the point. I'm sure this creator could drop just like 5-minute videos each, but it's probably easier to get these like 1 to 2 minute videos done and constantly push them out week by week to feed people more and more while also staying consistent. So I do like this series a lot and how it's going. It's very different from a lot of other analog horror series that we've seen on my channel before or just on YouTube. I like that 99% of it is basically just footage that was recorded. It creeps me out that someone actually has this android in their possession, or had if they actually did burn it in the last video there. Like, where did you get that? How did you make that from scratch? I want to congratulate you on like the amount of creativity there in doing that. This is just such like a creative idea. But be sure to let me know your thoughts and theories on this series down below. Like I said, we're definitely probably going to get more from this series in the future, so be sure to go keep up with it yourself by subscribing to the Pontiac Robotics Archives channel. The link to it will be at the top of the description down below. Be sure to go over there, like the videos, support them, watch them for yourself. You might find something that I missed. Please be sure to go and support your analog horror content creators. I also know the way I did this video today was a little different than usual, so let me know how you feel about that in the comments down below. If you did enjoy this video, don't forget to drop a like on it. It helps spread it out to more people. And if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe. I do videos like this all the time on the channel, so you'll definitely like what I have coming in the future. Also, if you're feeling a little tired and you want some energy to boost you up, make sure to check out Gamer Subs. The link to them will be in the description down below as well. You can use code Immortal at checkout for 10% off.
Nah, I'm
right now is
good.
the good flavor, which tastes exactly like a cherry slushy, so I highly recommend you go get it for yourself. And alright guys,
Nah,
thank you
I'm
so much for watching
good.
today. I hope you enjoyed it, and I
pyon.
hope you have a great rest of your day. Hello gorgeous people, what is going on, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, we're going to dive into a channel that has recently taken the analog horror genre by storm, Dr. Nowhere. Dr. Nowhere's channel started uploading 3 months ago, and each video shows us terrifying and disturbing creatures. Some breaking out of your screen to attack you, and others hijacking television broadcasts and mentally torturing their victims. Today we're going to dive into each video, seeing what they all mean and trying to find out if they're all connected. As always, Dr. Nowhere's channel will be linked at the top of the description down below. Please be sure to go and support your analog horror content creators. Okay, it's time. Enough of me yapping. It's time to introduce you to Dr. Nowhere.
Let's see here.
Welcome to Dr. Nowhere's Office of Wonders. We are certain that you will enjoy your stay.
Video 1. TOE Starving Help.
Uh-oh, doggo.
Okay, alright. So obviously this is a very short video just to start, and this is called Starving Help. So I want to believe that this creature here is starving and would like some help, and it seems like he's trapped behind a screen. It almost seems like he's like trapped behind my monitor here, and he's trying to break out, and he's getting pretty successful. He keeps slamming this screen. There's something really, I don't know, like unsettling about this thing. I mean, obviously it's extremely creepy looking, but just the whole vibe of everything, the fact that it's behind a screen, that it just looks like this, the way it moans. I don't think it's saying anything specific. It sounds like it's just like, you know, like I don't think there's any words coming out, and not much in the description, although it does say trapped. So it seems like this thing is trapped behind this screen here. This is a part of a set of videos called TOE, which is kind of funny because it's like toe, you know, like a toe. Anyway, no idea what TOE stands for yet, but maybe we'll find out eventually. There are 2 more videos that are labeled with TOE at the beginning. I'm not sure if all the videos with TOE are just connected, or if all the videos on the channel are connected and the TOE ones are just about this thing. I'm not sure, but we'll see. Let's go on to the next one. Video 2. Has this ever happened to you? All the lights.
Has this ever happened to you? It's getting dark outside. You're getting ready for bed, grabbing a cold glass of water, and now you're turning off all the lights in the house.
Okay.
Do you feel that? Or maybe hear that? That sinking feeling that something is following you as soon as you turn off the light? Well, worry not. We have a brilliant solution. There is nothing that follows you after you turn off all the lights in the house. All the lights in the house. You turn off all the lights in the house. That follows you after you turn off all the lights in the house.
Another short and very simple one. This almost seems like a commercial. And they're basically saying, you ever get that feeling when you're getting ready for bed and something starts to follow you after you turn the lights off? And right before they dive a little deeper into it, this dude pops up on screen and basically says, nah, there is nothing following you when you turn the lights off. And then afterwards, the commercial's like, yeah, you know what? Actually, there is nothing. So I want to say this is definitely the creature that's probably following you after you turn the lights off. And it's manipulating this commercial to make you think otherwise. Obviously, this creature looks different than the one in the last video. Like I said, we don't know if all these videos are connected yet or if they're separate incidents or what. It does look very different though from the other creature. So I'm almost wondering if Dr. Nowhere is kind of creating a universe here where there's like several different types of things going on. Although the last one was trapped behind a screen and this one seems to be kind of like manipulating and putting itself into a commercial, so maybe that is tied together there. Other than that though, there's not much else to say. There is something in the description again though that says there is nothing. Also important to note, this was uploaded on Christmas of 2023. So if you were subscribed to Dr. Nowhere on Christmas of 2023, you had quite the Christmas gift, and I'm a little bit jealous. But all right, on to the next one, which we're going back into the TOE videos. Video 3, TOE Love Thumper.
Hello? What do you want? What do you want?
It's talking.
Please go away. Please go away. Go.
It's trying to break out. Its hands are like needles or something. You could stay right there. You don't have to come any closer. Please. The body appeared untouched. Okay, so that one was the longest so far and the weirdest for a few different reasons. So this video starts off with this guy talking to the thing in his TV, which again, we don't really know the name. This video is called love.thumper. Not sure what thumper would be. Could that be the name of this thing? But it seems like that this thing was trying to talk to him through this TV. So this guy picked up the camera to record this situation. He's kind of saying hello, and then this thing responds by repeating hello as well. When he asks, what do you want? He starts banging on the screen and ends up shattering the screen and breaking out and coming out of it. Then the next shot seems like maybe the person that was recording hiding in a closet. We see that the volume is up and then he lowers it, maybe as to try to hide from this thing. It seems like it finds him anyway, and it almost like teases him a little bit by peeking its head and kind of just looking in there and then eventually attacking him at the end or coming at him. What's really weird to me is this last image where it's an image of what seems to be the TV. The glass is shattered here. Obviously the creature isn't there anymore, and it says the body appeared untouched. I'm guessing that's talking about the body of the person that was recording. They're saying the body, so I'm guessing that person is dead, but they appeared untouched, which which is interesting. Now, in the first video where we saw this thing, it was called starving.help, and he was kind of banging on the screen. So I'm guessing this thing broke out of the screen because it was starving. I want to assume that it was going to eat the guy recording, but if it says the body appeared untouched, it's a bit confusing. I'm jumping to a lot of conclusions here. Again, we haven't had that much to look at so far, but maybe it doesn't necessarily eat you like it eats your body, but maybe it eats, I don't know, your soul or something. I'm just kind of trying to theorize here the best I can. But a really important detail is we have a date in the description, March 13th, 2005. So we're immediately getting some more lore because we got a date. We're getting to see, I guess, what happens when this thing breaks out of the screen. Should we call this thing Thumper? I kind of just want to call it Thumper since this video is called Love Thumper and I don't really know what else Thumper would be referring to. So I guess for now, we'll call this creature Thumper. All right, let's jump into the next one. Video 4, TOE making friends. Time to rise and shine. Good children are up bright and early. Good children play pretend. What the hell kind of drawing is that? That kid gotta get some better art skills or something. I can't even tell what's happening. Good children do not play with their food until it is all gone. Good children make friends. Okay, hold up. Whoa, pause it. We will go back and look at those like little single frames there that we kept seeing. I just want to read what's on screen right now. Penn Palace, connect in seconds, pals for life. Dominic 999, Ellie Wings, Bowers Carter 4 for governmental personnel viewing only. Okay, so that's interesting. Does that mean that we're watching this and this is like a government owned tape now and they're censoring this on purpose? Carter and Dominic are online. Miss their faces? Use our new vid chat feature. So this seems like some kind of like online chatting site that I guess you could use for video chatting and text chatting. The old original, the young you, smile hood. Weird that they would censor out something like this because this looks like it almost has nothing to do with what we're looking at right now. I thought it'd be like someone's face or something, so you know they're censoring it out for privacy reasons or something. Hold on, wait, did it flash to something different there? No, I do think that ad changed to something else and then they did completely censor that out. Okay, good to know. All right, message from Dominic. Hello. Oh, date March 13th. Oh, so this is the same date as the last video. Okay. Yo man, what's up? It's been like forever. Okay. Seriously, thought you were dead or something. Look, we've been online friends for a while now. Yes. Best friends. Yeah. Hey look, I know it's none of my business, but it feels like you've been acting really distant lately. You been going through something? If so, I'm here and you could talk to me, man. Okay. Like I said, it's none of my beeswax and you don't have to say nothing, but do you need something? Face call, please. Video call? It's like almost 1 a.m. where I am, man. Whack time zones, remember? Please now. Seriously, are you good? Like I said, I'm here if you want to talk. I know you started that new school recently and it was whack. Okay, yes, talk face. Hey, no, seriously, I can't. Really sorry, but tomorrow, okay? Please, let me friend. Seriously, are you alright, Dom? Please, 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 please. Whoa, 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 okay. Okay, okay. Please, 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 please. Not cool, man, what the heck? Please, just be as quiet as possible. Like, whisper. Yes. My mom's a light sleeper, remember? Starving.help, please. Nah, though I swear if this is a weird heckin' prank, I hated those. They were never fun. Incoming video chat request. None of it makes any sense. Everything inside was gone. Okay, I have a bunch of thoughts on that. Okay, so at the start, we get these different weird images talking about good children and what they have to do. And if you notice, the background of these images is actually the same as when we see the Thumper creature. Like this wallpaper pattern, you could see the same pattern here. And it does say good children make friends, and it does seem like this is what's supposed to be a child speaking to someone through a screen, which is, we know how Thumper kind of communicates here. Based on this whole chat session, it seems like this guy Dominic was taken or eaten, whatever you want to say Thumper did to him. Thumper has got him and has taken over his chat message board here and is basically asking this other kid like, hey, get on face call with me, please, begging him. And you notice it speaks in like best.friends. It always puts like a period or a point in its messages, similar to how these videos are titled, which I guess is a way to know like this is Thumper talking. And it even says starving.help, which is a reference to the first video. So I want to assume that the actual order of these videos that we're watching is this one, making.friends, then starving.help, and then love.thumper. So this guy communicates on the messaging board. He video calls him, which is when we see Thumper here. Then we see the video of Thumper tapping on the screen, and then there's the video of Thumper actually breaking through the screen and attacking the person on the other side of it. So it seems that this is how this creature works, is that it goes from person to person, from screen to screen, kind of eating them, I guess, whatever that means, because it's starving, so it's got to be like eating them somehow, right, in some way. And then after it eats the person, it does the same thing, tries to make friends again through the screen, jumps to the next one. Another interesting thing is that it says none of it makes any sense. Everything inside was gone. When it says that, I want to think it's referring to the body, because this is like the same text that we saw in the last video where it said the body appeared untouched. It doesn't make sense. Everything inside was gone. And now we see a heart here. So did Thumper take like the inside organs of its victim and then bring it back into like its digital world here, or its world on the other side of the screen? Because that makes sense to me. The body appeared untouched, but everything inside was gone. This person's heart was gone, and now we see it in where Thumper usually is. It's also interesting that the heart is beating. I didn't realize this. So we see Thumper here appearing to look into a screen. So maybe this is like Thumper's POV when he's looking at us, but then it shows good children make friends. So is Thumper kind of looked at as a child then? Because this screen almost looks like exactly like this one as far as like positioning and everything. Oh, okay, never mind. The description just confirmed it for me. The description literally says it's a kid in there. So maybe in a way Thumper is kind of like a child that's just trying to eat, and it may not know any better. Like maybe it thinks it's making friends by eating these people or like taking their hearts, but obviously it is wrong. Now this next one doesn't have the label TOE at the beginning, and it's called The Boiled Phenomenon, and it's 10 minutes long, which is way longer than any of the videos that we watched so far. And this one has blown up in the last few days. I actually was gonna wait to cover this series until a few more entries came out, but because this 10-minute video came out, I was like, all right, we gotta dive deep into this one. And it's been blowing up, and you guys have been blowing up my comment section about it, saying how crazy this one is. So here we go. Let's jump right in. Video 5, The Boiled One Phenomenon. A lot of stuff just flashed on the screen way too quickly. So I want to apologize already if there's a lot of pausing in this. I want to make sure I read these things before we move on to the next area. Okay, so we have whatever this is here, and it's kind of moving a little bit. Then this distorted screen, Then all following media has been curated with permission from personnel at Ephrata 228. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Great care has been taken to keep the identities of persons involved anonymous as they requested. So immediately this seems like some kind of like private secret organization type thing going on. It's honestly giving me like SCP vibes a little bit. Makes you wonder if this tape was also created by the person that's been creating the TOE tapes, because they also censored what seemed to be a face there maybe at some point in the last video we watched. Warning, this video contains elements which are known to cause mild to severe cognitohazardous conditions, including properties that may mentally and physically affect the viewer. Please refer to the following procedures in order to guarantee your safest possible viewing experience. Okay, so a cognitohazard is a term that refers to creatures, items, and objects whose anomalous effects trigger when perceived by the five senses. And that's immediately on the SCP database. So it looks like I might have been kind of on par with my thought on this. So I guess an example of this could be like that cowbell in the recent SCP video I did. When the guy rung the bell and heard the bell, it triggered that SCP to activate and to start haunting him and kind of torturing him a little bit. Make sure you have the following in the vicinity: earplugs, a pencil, a sheet of paper, a standard Christian Bible open to Psalms 91:10. Psalms 91:10 is, "No harm will overtake you, no disaster will come near your tent." If something unusual begins speaking in tongues tangible to the naked ears, insert your earplugs and turn to your pencil and paper. Write the following on the page. Ooh, flash of text there. I can see this paper, I can see my hand, I can't hear the screaming of thousands, I can't hear the feast. I am a moving, breathing human being on planet Earth. So it's almost like you're writing this to kind of keep your own sanity. But you could see that there is a red text here. I can't see this paper, I have no hand. I can hear the laughter of thousands, I can hear the feast. I cannot move, nor do I want to. After these words are written, recite Psalms 91:10 aloud. If memories and imagery of something unholy persist in your mind, pray. It's all you can do. No evil shall befall you, and no plague shall come near your dwelling. Okay, so very similar to what I said earlier, although not exactly the same. And there's an upside down cross in the brain. Okay. All right. In the event you are required to carry out these procedures, contact authorities immediately afterwards. You will be administered anesthetics. Many appear to lead a normal life afterwards. Many appear, but not all appear. Damn, so even viewing this tape can destroy your life, it seems. The Boiled One Phenomenon. August 13th, 2003. Tree of Heaven. In the late 1990s, a now classified documentary-based television program would debut from a local station in Pennsylvania. The program revolved around woodland plants and animals and was primarily directed towards children. The star of the show and narrator would talk about the wonders of nature, the dangers of it, how to appreciate it, and most importantly, how to protect yourself from it. Unfortunately, in early 2001, the program would be taken off the air due to the host passing away. Then something odd happened. On August 13, 2003, the 13th episode of the series began a rerun seemingly out of nowhere. The following audio recording depicts the beginning segments of the episode.
Good morning, bushwhackers. Today we're venturing into the heart of the forest to find a plant that's as beautiful as it is deceptive. Poison oak. We all know about it, and here in Pennsylvania it's not as common, but still something to look out for. And here on we aim to uncover all the wonderful secrets that nature has to offer, no matter how minuscule or gigantic. So let's get going, shall we? Found primarily in deep North American woodlands, poison oak has many different names and places of origin, also referred to as the Tree of Heaven. Imagine that? In China and Taiwan, one of these invasive species made its way to America in the 1700s and took its ground here boldly. As many of us know, it's infamous.
During one of the interlude segments, an anomalous broadcast would hijack the program. This broadcast depicted videos of a red, melted face that spoke to the viewer in a warm yet deeply concerning voice. Disconcerting? Yeah, disconcerting. This face and its properties will be hereby referred to as Fen 228. As Fen 228 spoke, clips of footage and even live camera feed monitoring hospitals and bedrooms would be occasionally overlaid on the screen, obscuring Fen 228's face. Though most remember Fen 228 speaking English, multiple non-English speaking viewers remembered understanding every word that was spoken. So this thing spoke in what seemed to be everyone's language to their perception. So if you primarily spoke Spanish, I guess you would hear it in Spanish. Same thing with every other language. The following clip is a restored recording of the anomalous broadcast. The duration of the clip has been shortened, and the audio has been muffled, reversed, and dampened. These alterations are absolutely necessary to suppress its hazardous attributes as effectively as possible. For maximum safety, watch with blue light glasses and insert your earplugs. What an insane precaution to throw onto this. We reversed it, muffled it, and dampened it, but also make sure you have earplugs on and a certain type of glasses on, just in case. Like, at this point, don't even watch it. Like, just make this video forbidden. Also, what happens to you when you watch it? This broadcast will be hereby referred to as Broadcast 813. Now, maybe it's just me, but I am curious what this thing actually said, so I am going to put that entire thing in reverse to you, and just take a listen.
Cause a manifestation of my being in the future. You will be asleep in bed. I will be there and watch over you. When you wake, I will not be able to move any part of you. When the doctors eventually find you, they will not see me, but you will, and I'll see you too. Forever, I'll see you.
Broadcast 813 was viewed by roughly 530 residents throughout the southern Pennsylvania area, and upon viewing left many severely distraught. Aside from the discomfort and paranoia Fen 228's television presence had brought to the viewers, there were other side effects that these viewers experienced that were highly unnatural. Many viewers reported not being able to keep the image of Fen 228's face out of their minds. Some even continued to hear its voice days after viewing. A victim who requested to remain anonymous claimed that the face was living in his brain and feeding on his spine. Another described trumpets playing in their ears before they fell asleep. None of these people knew that this was only the beginning of a whole new species of suffering that would never be fully understood. August 14th, 2003. The Great Northeast Blackout of 2003. After the anomalous frequency was detected by television station troubleshooters, the NERC was ordered by the Ephrata branch to have all power grids local to the state of Pennsylvania disabled by 4 p.m. to prevent further escalation of the anomaly and the public knowledge of Broadcast 813. The outage ultimately spread to various parts of New York, New Jersey, Ohio, and even Canada as well, creating the Great Northeast Blackout of 2003. Almost 50 million people were without power, some not getting it back until days later. I want to apologize again just for constantly pausing. It's just like, if I don't pause, I can't read it out loud to you guys in time, so I just have to pause. I'm sorry. During the confusion caused by the outage, all traces of Broadcast E13 were collected by the Ephrata branch and seemingly wiped from existence, including news articles in the works from the morning after the broadcast, internet posts, recordings, and more. The cause of the blackout was promptly covered up and claimed to have been a combination of human error and the result of trees falling onto sagging power lines somewhere in Cleveland, Ohio. But the damage had been done. Aftermath. 12 days after broadcast E13 was blocked from the air, a historically massive influx of pseudocoma occurred throughout the state of Pennsylvania, leaving 509 people affected and many families in shock. Pseudocoma is an extremely rare condition in which a patient experiences a cerebromedulospinal disconnection, leaving them to be conscious but unable to move or communicate verbally due to complete paralysis of all voluntary muscles in the body except for vertical eye movements and blinking. So basically you're conscious but you're paralyzed. Which is interesting because remember they said one person said they felt like it was feeding on their spine. Maybe it was after all. Maybe the broadcast inserted it into their brain almost like a virus, and over time it's kind of eating at their spine. So the broadcast was viewed by 530 residents, but 509 people were affected. So what happened to the other 21 people? This anomalous outbreak of such a rare condition was regarded as a spectacle by the US Department of Health and was put under governmental investigation immediately. One thing in common with all these cases is that the patients had been at home watching TV the night of the broadcast 813 was aired. Yeah, so it's obviously connected. Run that back. Just to show you that appears there for a frame, and only the TV is on screen for a frame, and he definitely was peeking up out of the TV there. Though the victims of this outbreak were unable to speak, they were able to communicate through Morse code by blinking. More than 60 victims
I had to say though, my spitter.
It's actually a really smart way to communicate with them. Teach them all Morse code and then have them try to communicate.
But surely
These interviews held unveiling results that often led to more questions, and many others held results that required archival or termination. However, fairly late into the investigation, the Ephrata branch was notified of a particularly odd case revolving around one of Job Zamperini, an elderly victim of the anomalous pseudocoma outbreak. Job Zamperini specifically requested his alias to be used in future records instead of his real name, which will remain classified. Zamperini was a war vet and fluent in Morse code, putting him on the mark as a potential interviewee as soon as the outbreak was put under investigation. Yeah, it's got to be true. I was thinking that, like, even though they're teaching them Morse code, it still must be hard to, like, be confident that they're understanding how to properly communicate in Morse code. But if you have someone that's definitely understanding of it, like 100% fluent in it, it's much easier to communicate with them and take their interview as being more valid than the rest. After a very odd photo was taken in his backyard by his visiting grandson, his family became deeply troubled and convinced his house was haunted. This led them to contact a local priest in hopes his house would be blessed. The following photo depicts Fen 228 standing next to the small playhouse in Zamperini's backyard. The photo itself has proved to be non-hazardous and was safe to view, though still anomalous in nature. For most comfortable viewing experience, wear blue light glasses or view from a distance of 3 feet or more. Nah, I'm locked in. We like a foot away. Here we go. He is huge. Zamperini claims something horrible and unholy was with him and would hurt him and possibly others if he described it and what it was telling him. The following is a recovered, previously archived recording of which Officer T. Gomez of the Ephrata branch interviews Job Zamperini.
Hello, Mr. I'm Officer Gomez. Hope you're doing well today. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions regarding your condition and possibly unholiness within your home that your family...
It's in the photo. It's right here. I refuse to believe that this is not Fen 228 right here. It has those things that like stick out of its head and it's just peeking over enough.
You had mentioned.
Translation sequence. Ask.
Okay, first and foremost, did you notice any onset symptoms before you lost complete mobility of your body? Face, huh?
There was a face.
When did you begin seeing this face? Interesting.
After I saw it on the TV, it never left
Many
me.
of the people who have seen the broadcast that you saw on August the 13th described having vivid and upsetting hallucinations. Do you think this is something your brain has created?
No, it is in the window.
This face to me?
horribly burnt, not of Lord Christ.
I still don't see it. Have you been having any hallucinations aside from the face? I'm sorry to hear that.
I can hear screaming of many voices.
Are these screams constant?
A night before sleep. Oh, whoa, 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 yeah. A night before sleep, I hear trumpets too. Oh, no, you're not. No, you're not. I'm gonna have to translate that Morse code, aren't I? So the translation for that red Morse code on the screen was nobody but me and you. But Lord Christ is with me. And then it also is important to note that this says I can see you now, before it did not just clearly say that there.
You shedding light on this is helping more than you know.
So right after Gomez heads off screen, for a single frame, we get this same kind of distorted image that we did at the beginning of the video. Wonderful day, the miracle of birth, a fetal fanfare.
Listen closely. Do you hear it? You will hear the laughter of thousands as the sky opens up. You will hear the trumpets play their happy sounds. The scalding blood of life will pour down onto us all. Together, we will be still. Together, a feast fit for a king. Together, melded by love and purest connection. Be still.
Warning, if you could see this screen, it means it is not safe to continue viewing. The program will end shortly. Protocol Bravida 228. Perform the procedures given to you during the introduction of this video immediately. No evil shall before you, no evil shall plague come near your dwelling. Wow. Wow. There is truly so much to unpack in that video, and that definitely seems like its own isolated incident, disconnected from the other videos that we've watched so far. So let's run back through this real quick the best way that I can to simplify this, because obviously that was a ton of information dropped on us there on this one incident that happened. So they start off by telling us that in the late 1990s there was this documentary television program about like plants and animals and stuff, and the star of the show would talk about the wonders of nature and the dangers of it and how to appreciate it. Most importantly, how to protect yourself from it. The show was taken off the air because the host died at some point in early 2001. But randomly on August 13th, the 13th episode of the series began a rerun. Randomly during the rerun, it gets hijacked by this red melted face, which is referred to as Fen 228. This guy right here, he says some things, and he basically says that when he manifests, when you wake up, you're not going to be able to move, and you're going to be the only person that can see me, and I will see you. And as we now know, later on, this is exactly what happened to the people that saw the broadcast. But 530 people saw that. They experienced anxiety, paranoia, and they weren't able to keep the image of it out of their head. And they could even hear its voice. They could even hear trumpets before they went to bed. One person even said that it was living in his brain and feeding on his spine. Now, as a result of this, the Ufata branch wanted all of this like locked up. They did not want this getting out that this happened. They did not want more people seeing it. So they literally shut down the power grid of 50 million people in the surrounding area just to make sure it was completely wiped out. They tried to get rid of any articles, any broadcasts talking about it, any recordings, anything about the situation. And it was covered up by saying that there were power lines sagging in Ohio. You know, it was just, they covered it up with some random incident. What they didn't know was that 12 days after, 509 people would be affected by pseudocoma. Now, pseudocoma is a condition that leaves you conscious, but you're unable to move or communicate verbally. The only thing you can do is move your eyes vertically and blink. I think this is important because one of the people that viewed this tape said that they felt like it was feeding on their spine. So if eventually that feeding over time causes this disconnection and causes you to go into this state, it just makes sense to me. Like, these people watched this broadcast, it got implanted into their head and was just feeding on them until eventually they just couldn't move anymore. So they try to communicate through them with Morse code. They find this guy Zamperini, who they could confidently communicate with because he is fluent in Morse code. And in their discussions, he basically tells them what they kind of already knew, that they had been seeing this thing since he saw the broadcast. After he saw it on TV, it never left him. He hears the screaming of many voices, but he still feels like God is with him. Then after that, we hear Wonderful Day, the Miracle of Birth, a fetal fanfare. Okay, there is some text here at the bottom, and I tried to translate it using Google Translate. I know Google Translate is like very 50-50 because it's not the best, but something about it saying fear the one and only Watanabe bird just feels very incorrect. According to Wikipedia, it's someone that was a war criminal in World War II, and that just definitely doesn't seem correct to me. But now we actually know what this is. This is the sky opening up, as he describes it, although it's just like duplicated side by side. I have no idea what this actually means or what this actually could be implying, and I don't even know how it connects directly to the phenomenon that's going on. Like, he's warning about what seems to be the birth of something. It looks like that this thing has something growing inside of it, and eventually the sky is going to open, everybody's going to be happy and feast, you're going to hear the trumpets and the laughter. And okay, let's say I get all of that. Why did it broadcast on TV, and is it torturing hundreds of people the way it is? What is the connection there? Maybe I'm just missing it somehow. Maybe I'm missing the connection. Okay, so after thinking about it for a little bit, I have no idea why it initially starts on a TV broadcast, but I believe it was using the broadcast to kind of attach to people, to feed off of them so that it can manifest itself. And then once it manifested itself, it will continue to feed off of these people to eventually have the power to open up the sky, as it says, or give birth to whatever this thing that it keeps talking about is. It definitely looks kind of pregnant at one point in the video, so I do think it's going to give birth to something in some kind of way. This is my best explanation. I'm really trying here, guys. Let me know your thoughts though in the comments. Okay, this goes way deeper than I thought. I just want to pull up a comment that somebody put under the video. So shout out to Not Jaden for this comment. They said something very similar to what I said as far as the translation goes. At 9:36, the Japanese text fear the one and only Watanabe bird, which is in reference to Mutoshiro Watanabe, who was a Japanese war criminal who tortured POWs. One of the POWs' name was Luis Zamperini, which Zamperini was referenced in this video, although he was given the name Job Zamperini, I believe. Yes, which they said here, which is what the last name of the old man affected by the broadcast. My theory is that the boiled one could be Watanabe's spirit torturing Zamperini after his death. Watanabe's death was in 2003, which is the same year the broadcast aired. But I don't know, I could just be reaching hard, LMAO. Dr. Nowhere did like this comment, and he actually liked a few comments here. One being, I think the boiled one is to represent war itself, with 9:36 onwards being a representation of the death and destruction that ensues from it. 9:36 and onward was this Wonderful Day, the Miracle of Birth section. Don Bussaud commented, I didn't know that the inspirational movie Unbroken Path of Redemption could be turned into an analog horror. It's about Zamperini's life after captivity, and he continues to be plagued by visions with Watanabe interfering with his life. But at the end of the movie, he overcomes the soul poisoning memories by turning to Christ for help, which, as we know, Zamperini in this video is very much believing in Christ. He references Christ a few times. This is another comment that Dr. Nowhere liked. And War Weasel also commented, the only thing is that Zamperini lived his whole life in California before and after the war, while this job is in the northeastern part of the US. That is unless the doctor just saw born in Olean, New York on his wiki and copied that. To which Dr. Nowhere replied, I was originally planning on basing the whole story on Torrance, which was Lewis's childhood and post-war home. The blackout never spread there, and there are a few other mysterious reasons that this takes place in Pennsylvania. So it seems that this whole boiled one story does have reference to Watanabe and Zamperini's story.
Apparently,
but it's not entirely mirrored.
I guess you could say I'm kind of.
May be different, but it is different for a reason. It also says in the description,
okay.
Curated and brought to you by WebU Industries.
What do you think about my update?
To know you deserve better. And obviously, despite how insane of an incident this is, there is a group of people keeping this.
This is gonna be my update. This is gonna be my updated PNG PM.
Because the panic that would come from this would probably be insane if people thought that at any point watching their TV, something like this could happen to them as well. But I'm also wondering, how does this connect to other videos? Because as we know in TOE,
yeah, this fun's gonna get a whole update.
For governmental
Because you see, when I did this one, I was doing it on a tablet. I couldn't really do transparency on my armband, nor could I really put detail on my jacket or stuff like that. Like it was oof. It was pretty oof. But now I can actually draw in my art style, like correctly.
Dr. Nowhere could be creating his own universe that has several different incidents going on in it at the
So,
same time.
this is legit Hoppy.
SCP vibes, which is how there's different SCPs and how they work and whatnot. It seems like that's something similar that's going on in Dr. Nowhere's universe that he's creating here. I could be totally wrong. These could be just two
and then I'll be
separate universes, TOE and the Boiled One Phenomena. But please let me know what you guys think in the comments. I honestly think this is incredible so far. It feels like a breath of fresh air. In
then I'll be making different. I'll be animating it, but not a lot. Animation, just a little bit.
Check out Dr. Nowhere's channel. The link to it.
I'll be animating it just a little bit to where it doesn't look static.
Go watch the videos for yourself. You might pick up something.
So meaning the Boba's gonna bounce.
Instagram, which I'll also put a link in the description to as well. There's also a lot of cool posts that he posts on there as well. But I do hope you guys enjoyed this video.
I'm gonna be blinking more than where I am right now.
And don't forget to subscribe. We're trying to hit 1 million subscribers before the end of the year.
Ears
like this all the time. So if you like this one, you'll definitely be sure to like more. That
also do a pat, like a pat one, but I'm not gonna like it though.
Go get some energy in your system for
you guys will clearly see I will not like the pat.
Code Immortal at checkout for 20% off. One of my favorite flavors right now is the
No, you do not pat this bun. This bun pats you guys.
Slushy, so I definitely highly recommend you go check
it out. I wish I could do some. I wish could get Spark and Zero though. Spark and Zero be looking nice. Spark and Zero be looking nice. So let me see the actors. Oh no, let's do that one. Focus over here.
People, what is going on, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, we are exploring a newer Godzilla analog horror series called The Man.
But you just you can do. Wait, did they ready to draw at least, PM? You can always practice on your drawing.
Two guys in a suit fighting each other, and it looks kind of goofy now, but back then that was probably like state of the art. Well, in today's analog horror series, we find out about an incident where the actor of Godzilla actually merged with the suit, and all of the crazy events that come from that.
That's what I'd be doing. Like if I'm bored, fucking might as well work on a trade.
Please be sure to go and support your analog horror content creators. Just before we start, I want to let you guys know this has nothing to do with the other Godzilla analog horror that we covered, the Suitmation Trials. That is a completely different series. But alright guys, enough of me talking. The story in this one is incredible. Let's jump right in. Tape 1. Godzilla Suit Incident, 1954. Looks like Godzilla destroying a town.
That's what I'd be doing, PM.
He goes kind of hard.
Again, I can't say on like if I even if I were to play games and everything, like I feel
the person in
like even if I were to like
Gojira, am I pronouncing
yeah, even if I were to
but the story the actor has with the Gojira is odd.
What's it called?
This is a photo of him in the suit.
Even if I were to like be playing games and everything, I don't feel right just playing games like all the time. I feel like I want to do something other stuff like code, like I code some Mugen characters or do my like, or
Gorgia. Why do I always have issues
like,
reading?
You guys know how you guys already know how I is, PM. I do. No, I'm a very simple character. A very simple bun character. I have armbands.
Toho producer.
Tell my vitals.
Too much though, bro. That's a little
raw.
A little weird. Even when we take
jacket,
breaks, he would just wear the suit. The suit would sometimes heat up, but he stockings. Didn't care. Definitely getting a little weird now.
And
like addicted to the suit, like it's calling his name. All right, someone should probably take that off him. It's gotten to the point where he brings the suit home even though we tell him
Science
not to.
spoon. The only reason why I have a
He
out
wouldn't
there
really speak a
pyon is
lot,
so
but
that
he would
I can
his
say
name
cool.
is Goji, basically the nickname we gave to the suit. The last time he was seen on set, he
Lower
was
wise,
acting in
guys,
the suit
lower
until he
wise.
just
The
stopped.
jacket.
This is the photo that was taken.
She's insulated. Insulated so I can.
Several minutes later, he would start
Insulated
to
so
walk
I
and
can
stop and go
stay
again. His
warm.
breathing was muffled, yet he was also breathing oddly.
But typically, the long hair really helps with it.
The director thought this was a joke, poking at him to get back in place, but he wouldn't budge.
Be back.
After 2 odd minutes of oddly breathing, he would tell people to check on him and to make sure he takes off the suit. This was the photo someone took before the person on the right saw what was inside. Was something else inside other than the actor? The man opened the costume to see that he was growing into the suit. His flesh would slowly rip away as he tried to open the pocket where actors would enter the suit. His flesh would slowly rip away. The suit was now his skin. Somehow his body deformed to the point he was filling the inside of the suit. Ugh. Nah, what do you mean by filling? Am I gonna get a diagram? This is
Yeah, roughly got maybe 2.5, well, two and a half to 3.5 hours before I pass myself out.
a man inside of a suit. Okay. What did they actually get?
I mean, I could hold a little bit of mulligan.
This is what they found.
But also, I can. Let's see.
Audio cut out.
We're playing an actual game mode though. So that too.
Alright, hold on. Go back. So, this guy, he gets a job. He's Godzilla. He has to be in the suit, act on film, you know, normal stuff. Pretty sick job to have. I'm not gonna say I would love to have this job. Maybe not specifically this one because of what happens to this guy, but just in general I think it'd be sick. So anyway, he starts to become obsessed with the suit, decides to wear it on breaks. Even though it gets really hot inside the suit, he wouldn't take it off. He starts bringing it home. Now, as a producer, director, whoever the hell is on set for this movie, how many red flags do you need to see before you're like, there's a problem here? There is something wrong. Instead, they decided to wait until this incident that happened, which is he's filming and he's just inside the suit and stops moving. And then they find out that he's a part of the suit. He's literally become the suit. He's not inside the suit anymore, he's become it. But it's like gross enough to think that it would be like attached to his skin and whatnot. Like that's gross when they mention that. But the fact that they show this diagram, like his body is just expanding to fill the suit entirely. That's disgusting. Guys, it's not a furry. It's not the same thing. Stop saying that. Stop being weird. Doesn't that hurt? I would guess this hurts. I would definitely think this hurts. There is like a, you see how there's like an outline here of the lower body though, and then the head too. I wonder if that's important. I don't know if that's just like a cool detail for the drawing or if that's actually important, but I guess we'll find out. Some interesting stuff to note here though is there's a description, which is in another language. This also says Hiroshima. So hold on, give me a second. I'll translate the description here. Godzilla may be a monster, but it doesn't seem to me that way. He's rather God. We control our world according to our own order, and I will become the flesh of beasts. I will be Godzilla's host. Because I want to become a god that is respected by people. I want to be this beast's meat. Ayo. And the fear of which one is wrong. I'm not a movie monster. This is Goji, law of God and evil. I will live inside this beast because he's the only one who can help us. There's no God, just me. Goji. So I think that's definitely,
wait, what do you guys think? Should I make a
right, like the actor? Did we get the
should make a super young Hoppy?
I kind of vibe with it.
Should make a super young meh.
I'm down. I think I'm understanding everything what's going on.
This right here, this is teen me. Teen Hoppy.
Caused this incident? Is it the suit is haunted? I mean, obviously something's wrong with the suit, but what created this problem with the suit? You know what I mean? Like, what is the origin of this?
There's Shota Hoppy,
Tape 2,
Dean Hoppy,
and Gear's suit
Built Hoppy,
1950.
and Fogo Hoppy.
This I know.
Decisions.
Not one, but two of the most terrifying creatures ever.
I'll let you guys decide. I'll let you guys decide which one I become. Pyon. Eventually.
Unkillable horror. Both on a rampage to stun your.
Oh yeah, I also too. I remember Mike. He wanted to be a piece of bacon.
Born to destroy each other. But first, they'll destroy the world.
But the way I'm gonna do it is that I'm gonna have it to where the body is detached from arms. Arms is gonna be its own thing.
Why is he called Gigantus? Is that another name for Godzilla? Or is it not Godzilla anymore and now it's like Godzilla got replaced with Gigantus?
Let me see.
Screaming its challenge of Mortal Kombat. And deadly Anguirus, screaming its challenge of Mortal Kombat. The battle of the ages. Scenes and sights and sensations beyond any.
Oh. I was kind of vibing with that trailer. The man in the Godzilla suit still came along for the next movie. If they stopped and told anyone about the suit man, Toho would have been sued and ridiculed for keeping such a disgusting creation. So they decided to keep him out of the public so they would bank off the success of Gojira. Ah. So they just had this dude acting in the next movie despite him literally being the suit? The man in the Godzilla suit has been examined by private doctors. The doctors say that he had consumed a drug that made his skin and flesh inflate inside of the suit, and the skin and flesh fuse together, making the outside of suit his skin. Do I believe that? His bones were rearranged inside to matching with the height of the suit. Okay. It turned out that he could see out of the eye sockets of the suit, but his eyes were bloodshot. Can you imagine looking at this thing? Like, this thing is now a real person. Like, it's a thing. It's not a suit anymore. His eyes were bloodshot.
See, do.
The name of the actor who plays Anguirus is unknown. People on set noticed how he was odded out by the man in the suit. No one had told him what happened and what he was now. That's crazy. The man in the Godzilla suit was very cooperative. Even after losing his vocal cords, he could make noises, like one of an animal. Oh my god, this is insane. Like, just this situation is wild. This guy becomes a Godzilla suit, and then they're like, alright, you want to act in the next movie, though? And then they don't tell the other actor that he's fighting. Everything was fine until the last scene where they would both fight, where they would both fight with What do you mean money is money? For the Godzilla actor? Bro can't even... Bro's a Godzilla suit. What does money matter to him anymore?
I'm trying to find my... Are you gonna take everything? I saw you. No?
Damn, Godzilla beating his ass.
Or, he wasn't getting second chest.
Oh, he's going through the building? Oh.
Get up here. But what the fuck? It already happened.
Oh, yo. Wait, hold up.
Trying to heal you.
Goji, relax a little bit. That's not... Did he kill the actor in the Anguirus suit?
Now
The
you
man
want
in
to
the
slow down.
Godzilla suit would chomp on the actor's head, making him bleed. This was not part of the script. Was it really not part of the script? No way. The actor would yell for help as the teeth clamped onto him. He would stop moving. The man in the suit would protect the unconscious actor as he roared at anyone who came close to it. Protect? Bro, you just killed him! Oh, unless it's like he's protecting his food. The actor would awaken, shaking violently as he breathes heavily. The crew on set helped him up. Fearing the worst, they tried to take off the suit, but it wouldn't budge.
Yeah, I should really redesign my or not redesign. I should really
Part of the suit too?
also update my adult.
Roaring and protecting the unconscious.
That's the current one I am right now.
Thoughts on this, but I'm gonna save them.
I'm currently the adult Hoppy, but again, gotta redo this one.
This is the picture. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't try to get near Anguirus either if this thing was looking at me. That's some good nightmare fuel right there. Is that? Nah, hold on. I can't even wait any longer. Who approved this? Who said? Yeah, you remember the first movie? That guy that like became a part of the Godzilla suit? Let's invite him on for the sequel. No, like this just screams bad idea. Bro has no vocal cords and only replies with like he only makes monstrous growls. Like there has to be a reason. Like okay, they say Toho is like in charge of this, right? In charge of the movies. Toho gotta be up to some sketchy stuff. Like they gotta have like some underlying intentions. And then who approved not telling the Anguirus actor what he was fighting? Bro must have been like, yo, this Godzilla, he's a good actor, bro. He really beating my ass and making the monster noises, not realizing he's literally fighting mini Godzilla. He's actually fighting a version of it. Also, I did see you guys said Gigantus is the Americanized name of Godzilla.
Oh, wow. 100 and
this is what they expected.
15 damage.
Diagram of Anguirus now.
They don't want that. My broken shield, man. Full clip with that.
Again at the stick, man. Oh, flash image. We gotta go back to that. This is what they found.
Never go back to the trunk. Never go. You need to go come quick. They're not gonna heal up.
Right, the music is not as fun anymore. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't jump scare me. Oh, wow. That looks even worse than Godzilla. Going back frame by frame here.
You only got a alien that back.
Is that an eye? That looks like a really zoomed in eye, right? Yeah, his eyes were bloodshot. Yeah, that's what immediately made me think it was an eye. Red bloodshot eyes. And then someone said that this last bit of text at the end here says help me. Okay, here it is. So this is something to learn. I actually didn't know this was a thing. You can upload images to Google Translate. Did you know that? Obviously it's a little you know, it's a little tilted, but it does say help me. I'm sure if this was cleaned up better. And then they said he was examined by private doctors. The doctors said that he may have consumed a drug that made his skin and flesh inflate inside of the suit, and then the skin and flesh fuse together, making the outside of the suit a skin. I guess that makes sense. Like, there's a reason, but is that true, or is that just what they're telling us? Like, is that true? Yes. I find that hard to believe that a drug inflated him. Wait, no, that can't even make sense. Because I doubt the Anguirus actor did the same thing. And they said that he was fighting Anguirus. Godzilla was fighting him. Godzilla decides, decisions. Bite of 55, decides to take a chomp with his neck. Anguirus is down on the ground. can't move for a while, and then Anguirus gets up and is suddenly the exact same thing that Godzilla is, where he's just filled up in the suit. So it's almost like Godzilla bit him and then was kind of just like overlooking him, protecting him while he was kind of maybe growing into the suit. But all right, let's jump into the next one. Was there something in the description on that previous video? There is. Soon an army will rise, an army that I created, a military that shows what happens when there is a nuclear war. They will end up with the same creatures they created with the atomic bomb. The truth will be known to others, and soon my family will be avenged. They will understand that we will not resign. I'm not afraid of anyone. I'm not afraid of weapons. I'm not afraid of bombs. I go to. Okay. Yeah, I do think there's a description in every video, so we will be translating them all. I believe that's a reference to Hiroshima, no? Because the first video, it says it on the second one too. Look at this. You could see Hiroshima here. The original Godzilla movie had the same message. Gotcha. Gojira is an anti-nuclear allegory. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like look into that further. Because I believe I heard about that, but I don't know like too much about it. So Godzilla was a symbol for the anti-nuclear movement, basically.
How you doing?
Correct. The dangers of nuclear war. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. That's kind of like taking the meaning of Godzilla like to a real level. Then, interesting. Tape 3. Godzilla encounter, 1962.
I'm good. How are you, Hoppy?
Deciding what boots I should put on.
We got some color, baby. It's catastrophic. The titanic, terrifying battle between the mightiest monsters of all time. King Kong versus.
I need to put like a lab boot, like some lab boots ish kind of gothic looking kind. What do you think, Nick? What kind of boots should I wear?
I don't know about Foreman.
This is Teen Hoppy we're talking about here.
Seems to be a really distorted version of the trailer.
What's a good teen kind of looking Hoppy?
The OG Godzilla versus Kong.
It's PM.
I actually didn't know that there was one previously made. I thought that was a new idea. King Kong versus Godzilla, the poster.
Any ideas, Nick? Any ideas? Any ideas for which kind of boots I should wear?
With the man in suit being the only Godzilla suit at the time, they used him for the next film. Of course they did. Does he do the same thing to Godzilla? To King Kong? With King Kong being an American film, the man in the suit wasn't having it. This is where I come in. Who are you? I will be hiding my eyes and my name for me and my family's safety. I was put into
what kind of boots? What kind of boots? What kind of
told me
boots?
what happened before and told me to stay quiet.
I got one
or I would
suggestion
be
of boots,
arrested.
PM.
But the truth needs to come out somehow.
144.
Ooh, so we got a main character here. Tell me what happened. The man in suit wasn't happy making a movie with the Americans. I mean, if he's literally the living embodiment of anti-nuclear, you understand. Toho producers forced him to look more appealing to a younger audience. He wasn't happy with how this all played out. He had a very bad dislike towards the actor in the King Kong suit. Soichi...
I'm iffy.
Heroes? Either thought Soichi Heroes was a traitor for portraying an American monster or saw something in him. We knew that he wasn't a big fan of the Americans. He would roar at them and try to attack them. We treated him like a lion at the zoo. I mean, he's truly a monster at this point. I wouldn't even consider.
I wonder if
We had to
anybody
film one more
could do
scene.
this.
I was instructed to not stop filming. The script was for after destroying the big building, he would act to use his atomic ray breath on him. It did not go as planned. I'd expect that. Oh, damn, got his ass. I don't care if King Kong. How high up were they? Were they that high up? The man in the suit would push Soichi Hiro's off the cliff, and I had to record it all. There was a struggle in the water, splashing as one of them frantically tried to get out of the other's grasp. Only one of them rose from the water. Let's take a wild guess who, chat. I'm gonna say Godzilla. Yep. I told y'all, Godzilla solos. I was sick to my stomach, not wanting to know what he had done to Soichi Hiro's. I got my other camera and ran. The question is the same thing gonna happen to King Kong? I tried to leave the long corridors of the Toho studio, wanting to take a quick breath of fresh air, but I heard screams from the room I had left. The power went out. I used the flash of my camera, trying to look around, frantically trying to find an exit. I heard someone's footsteps walking towards me. Hey, you're moving too fast. I thought it was an employee. I took a photo, wanting to find an exit quick. It wasn't an employee. It was the man in the suit.
113.
Oh, nah.
A little bit there.
You better run. Oh, I mean, he obviously ran, right? He's alive to tell the story. We're going back. I gotta translate that text. So basically what happened in that one, Godzilla does not like the Americans, does not like King Kong.
I want to see that this will
for the movie. He fell with King Kong off the cliff and then drowned him, essentially, is as far as what we know. The cameraman here is the one that's telling this story so far, and we're not getting his name because he doesn't want to get his family at risk. So he's kind of hiding his name and stuff. But he tries to run away from the whole situation that he just filmed. And apparently the man in the suit literally followed him. I would guess that the cameraman's dead, but the cameraman made this video that we just saw, right? So he can't be dead, actually. But hold on, I do want to translate whatever that text is at the end here. Traitor is the translation. We do have a translation in the description, or some text to translate in the description. So we're gonna do that now too. Traitor, you're supposed to make a movie about what happened, about what they did to my family, what they did to me. You filthy traitors. I didn't pour my soul into this corpse to be toyed with.
Looking at different.
Killed my family. Traitor. So is that? I would say this is the actor of Godzilla talking. It sounds like that his family may have died in Hiroshima, and now he's joined with the suit and is trying to get revenge. Is that what we think? Is that the consensus here, chat? Tape 4. Depiction of growth. 1962. I was startled by the first encounter of the man in the suit. It made me more curious than ever. It might harm me of doing this, but I need answers. Alright, so this is the cameraman talking again. So I've gone to one of my friends who was smart with this stuff. I won't name her, so I'll call her Elisa. I called her, but she was in the middle of teaching her class, but she would still call me because of how curious she was. She'd never seen anything like this. Is it Elisa or Eliza? Elisa? It's gotta be Elisa, right? I'm saying Elisa. I recorded the section of the call.
The thing is, whatever this was caused, whatever the film, this is something else. Oh, God. This is the work of radiation. Holy. Holy shit. The man in the suit doesn't fuse with the suit instantly. His body explodes in the suit, then it reshapes itself in the suit. How do I explain this? Imagine a cream-filled donut without the cream. It's mostly a flat donut. That was the suit before, but because of the filling. The man, it basically filled up all the space. But him and a cream-filled donut are different. The cream and donut are separate entities. There is a barrier so they don't mix. The man in the suit, however, his skin, his flesh, his bones, it's fusing with the suit. His teeth would be the
Decisions, 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 decisions.
It's mutating him.
Decisions.
It's making him more like a creature than a human. Soon he will have animalistic properties, like using its teeth more effectively, and would be able to control his tail.
Those hands.
You said his eyes could move, and that they are bloodshot. But in this
See, the boots that I'm thinking about, like the boots that I'm thinking about, I'm just thinking a lot of like Sonic-ish boots, which I nah.
If not, it is probably too late for mankind.
She said something about him mutating to the
And
point
I
where he
need
looks like a
to.
beast. So essentially what she said is that it looks like radiation caused it, which again makes sense because this is like, he's supposed to be the living embodiment of like anti-nuclear, anti-radiation. So he is a product of what he's against. Now, what did make him like that is what's curious. Like she basically confirmed like it's not a pill that caused this, it's something radiation. So we still don't know the true cause of what caused the radiation for him to be like that. Interesting though. I like that she compared it to a donut, but she said that he should put it down, like he should kill it. So is this guy's mission now going to be to kill this thing? I question what he would look like when he's fully mutated. She corrected me, there is no stopping.
Oh, it's a Kikatina.
She then told me to go to an artist and gave me a description that I sadly forgot now. So even when he basically fully becomes the suit, he will still continue to mutate. What would go further than him becoming literally a part of the suit? I told them to make the art and they complied. My Japanese would be a bit rusty because I thought I asked for 1 drawing but got 3. Here are the drawings.
Again.
So this is what they think he's eventually gonna...
I don't need legs. I need shoes.
I can't at all understand what that was at the end there, that audio. It was very low, and even when I put it up all the way, it was hard to hear. I can't tell if it's another language or if it's in reverse. The voice is in Japanese. Interesting. The video is called Depiction of Growth, so I'm guessing those pictures are showing just how he would grow and mutate further. Someone also did say in the first video, when we learn about the original suit incident, Godzilla at one point froze and stopped moving, and then when he started moving again, and when they started to check up on him, that's when they realized he was a part of the suit. They did say in the phone call that he exploded and then he basically formed into the suit, like his body inside.
I've always had a hard time.
So maybe that's it.
I always had a hard time.
That's when he exploded, was when he stopped moving in that moment. Unknowingly said description. So okay, let's translate the description again. I am not a monster. I will help you all. I will kill those who have wronged me, those who murdered my family, and those who supported them. You killed my family. Monsters. So that's what's being said. So that's definitely very concerning. So now, Elisa basically said to the cameraman guy, who's unnamed currently, that you gotta put him down. Eventually he's gonna mutate too much, and he's... You know, we get these depictions of growth, which are the images here, which we'll show again. So we got this first one, the second one, and then this third one. He definitely should be stopped, and we should maybe stop putting him in new movies. I mean, come on, let's put him down. Like, I would just put him down out of mercy. Yeah, so I wonder if he's actually gonna kill Godzilla, or what's gonna happen here. Is he actually just gonna mutate into something even crazier? Tape 5. Suit trial.
See.
Get him, let's finish. He's finished. He's cooked. He's cooked. Hit him. Yeah, let's go. Told you it's cooked.
I snuck around the Toho building and
did
an encounter with the man in the suit.
I'm gonna finish him, but I missed the last time.
Yeah, I'm gonna translate that right off the bat just to make sure. Ooh, okay, that
I'm
translates
actually
to
gonna find it. I killed one of them. We're trying to heal, so yeah. But the other one
was some years after the Anguirus incident. Let me just show it. Ooh, we're gonna get to see this tape.
pyon.
私たちは自分たちが置かれている状況を十分に認識しています。私たちは彼らが聞くために何が必要かをテストするために最善を尽くします。両方に対していくつかの
I'm gonna try to read this the best I can. I've translated some of it, but some of it's inaccurate. We are fully aware of the situation we are in. We will do our best to test what they need to hear so they can listen. We will try to do some audio. Let's start with the man in the suit.
Why the roar? Why the roar, Q?
Make sure he is there until we can train him. He destroys the light and the darkness, but that's okay.
is that your intro?
So they're doing
just roar.
On the man in the suit?
I don't want to run away here on all that.
I hope you're doing good, pyon. I'm very stumped right now. I do not know what boots I want to put on myself. Can't decide what boots I want to put on myself. I know I want lab boots. I know I do. But I don't know which ones I want to put on myself, pyon.
The audio test.
I don't know if you don't do this.
Like people say like boots with like a cross section over it. Which I could see that, but
That's the Oppenheimer quote.
I could kind of see it.
Watch the whole thing and then we'll go back.
What is that? Oh, it's just fun.
I need help. I need help with the boots.
Care about my team.
Nah, he looks creepy as hell right there. I'm gonna read the description for us. Why should I listen to him? And then there's the rest that says, we will try and do some audio tests. Let's start with the man in the suit. We have him in a cell. Make sure he is there until you can train him. He destroyed the light and only the darkness, but that's okay. We have a light. And then we did hear that those were some Oppenheimer voice clips in there, it sounds like. That was a very unsettling one. I did like that a lot at the end there, how he kind of just like fades into the camera a little bit. He looks extremely creepy there.
Yeah. Boots, 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 boots.
Tape 6. Mailed a message. 1962. I was mailed this tape. I don't think someone in the Toho studio made this. You don't understand. You killed my family. You Americans cheered when we lost. We lost our homes. We lost our families. You nuked us. The nuke took my wife. The nuke took my kids. Hiroshima was our home.
Rabbi yet
for a
gothic.
business trip. You took everything from me. So I decided to return peace by getting rid of the people who wronged us.
It's really playing like
Yeah, this is definitely from the man in the suit. That's for sure.
It's a lot easier when
Oh nah, his teeth are hold up. Yeah, so it seems like that he did this on purpose to get revenge, for sure. The man in the suit, whoever the actor is, it seems like his family, his children died in Hiroshima, and now he has literally become the form of Godzilla to take revenge on those who wronged him. Which honestly, it makes sense as a motivation to me. But the way that it's happening, like, dude, look, now
Dang, the decisions, Pym.
because this is not normal for the suit. The teeth don't expand like this, I think. So he's morphing beyond it. And what is he gonna do when that happens? We do have a translation in the description though. You took everything from me. Pretty self-explanatory. Tape 7. Dorsal extraction. 1962.
gonna need a picture.
I recently got 2 sets of mail.
Aren't you supposed to eat, not drinking?
They were shabby, but they came from Toho.
Yeah.
Oh. They
Yes, I
look
got in the car. I just got back in the car.
They looked sloppy.
I literally shot him in the air with a shotgun. You saw that? I shot him in the air with a shotgun.
Even though the mailing address was from
sliding two.
Second was that I was fired. They must have thought I was telling people this. They were correct. I mean, yeah, you were making videos about the incidents and stuff. Thankfully, I had befriended someone to be a spy and get me photos and tapes of what was happening.
What's the players?
So we still had someone on
2016.
the inside at Toho to keep us updated on what's going on. He came here earlier with a tape called Dorsal Extraction. We will try and get him out of the suit.
See.
We are unsure if this is going to work. That was kind of hard to see. Is that his back? It's got to be the man in the suit, right? That looks like a person on the left. Is that a person? They're trying to, like, saw him out of the suit?
I think it just needs. I think those boots are what I'm looking for. The anime
That doesn't
belts.
sound like him. We thought it would hurt him, but it didn't. Nah, something's up here. The results are fantastic. No way. Looks like they sawed off the back of the suit.
But in order.
I'm surprised that it isn't the end, because the spy told me that after 2 minutes of this being filmed, the man in the suit would attack a man with a camera. He told me that the flash from the camera hurt his eyes. The person took photos while they ran.
See, what was it?
These are the photos. Okay, we got a little foot going on there. Bloody photo. Another blurry photo. Okay, that's the face.
Liberties?
Oh, do you see his eyes? Okay, so it's dorsal extraction, which means that, so I guess they just cut off his back fins, and they said it was successful, and that he was okay with it. I don't understand. Why would he let it happen? Am I missing something? Also, the translation for the description of this one is "I'm beautiful in the dark," which we do know that he like broke the lights, I believe they said. So he does like the dark. That's what I'm saying. Like, listen, honestly, screw getting him out of the suit and, like, you know, the guy inside. Screw that guy. Kill him. Kill him. Bro has literally killed people. He killed the King Kong actor, and then he turned Anguirus into the same thing that he is. Like, take this dude out. Tape 8. Anguirus suit. 1956. After digging for it, they had finally found it. He finally got the tape I wanted. Want to know what happened to the man in the Anguirus suit? Yes, yes, yes. We've tried our best to comply with the other person who mutated in the suit.
Okay. Oh boy.
But his persistence hurts our finances.
I think I kind of found the shoes that I want. Let me just look up some lab boots really quick. Lab boots.
I was confused.
Fire lab boots.
This was all?
Oh wait, I see that.
Give me more,
here.
give me more, give me more.
Wrong tab.
Then he started to explain.
See,
he explained that the next movie was supposed to be the man in the Anguirus suit versus the man in the suit. They've tried their best wanting to comply with Anguirus.
Yeah, that was like that.
If they were training a dog to do tricks. He snapped a photo of them trying to comply with the Anguirus.
Okay. These ones look like. Man, those boots look mean.
They said they were going
I like
to use
it.
force on him, using tasers and such.
That's
That's horrible. But he warned me that there was a movie in the works. Something about Gojira battling giant moth.
Copy this image. here.
That's Mothra, right? Is that the correct name of the monster? Mothra? It sounds like Anguirus obviously was kind of forced into being turned into what it is now. Like the actor was kind of forced into turning into this monstrous creature now. And it seems like it
Zoom in.
obviously doesn't want to comply with any of this. That's horrible that they're using tasers and stuff on it. It's like torturing someone. We got 2 lines in the description here to translate. Why can't they listen? I just want to be human again. So the Anguirus is nothing like the man in the suit. Anguirus just wants to be human again. He didn't want this to happen to him. He doesn't want to be involved in the man in the suit and what he's doing. He kind of just got thrown into this terrible situation. Tape 9. Rare newspaper. 1964.
It's just a little bit darker for the boots. So
I've tried to get off of this situation and just leave Japan, but if I tried to, I'd probably be arrested.
let's do this.
I went too far into this rabbit hole. Too far to the point I can't get out. It just keeps getting worse. Somewhere in the making of the new movie, the man in the suit somehow escaped. How did you guys let this thing escape? How do I know this? How do you know? Tell me. It was on the news. Wait, no way. Is this like a house?
Yeah, that's probably gonna be what it is. I'm just put there and put choose.
Monstrous movie, monster sighting. Sightings and witnesses have seen a creature that resembles a lanky and tall Godzilla, so he is growing in size. One late night couple started to travel home as the husband took some photos. The husband was a photographer and thought taking a picture of the road would be an inspiration to his next photo piece. And then what happened? He noticed Godzilla was in the photo? One of the photos captured this. Imagine driving down the road and Godzilla's just in the streets. Around later that night, a boy would see a silhouette of this mysterious beast. Thinking it was Godzilla, he stormed outside with a camera trying to take a photo of it. Dude, if something like this happened in modern day, there would be like thousands of photos and videos of it. These were the photos he was able to take.
Let's do this.
I don't know if I'd be terrified or think it was cool as hell to see Godzilla on the street. I'd probably think it was like a stunt for the movie, like to boost popularity.
Does this? I think this thing would need a tongue, right?
Nah, alright, that photo's really creepy.
You don't need a tongue.
I tried to interview the kid, asking him what he had seen and to draw a picture of the creature. I've seen the film with my dad. I know what Godzilla would look like, said the kid. The thing I saw outside on the street wasn't Godzilla. The beast's skin looked fake yet real, very uncanny. I mean, that's because it's like the suit's skin and now it's become real skin. I don't think it was a creature. It might be some man in a suit.
Something like that.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there. That's the title, get it? I don't know how I can explain his face. It somehow kept changing. I think it's because of the lack of sleep. But I do remember one of his faces. He quickly drew a drawing of it. That looked like you were going to be his next meal. Toho got wind of this fast, explaining this was a promotion for their new movie. Honestly, genius move on their part. Genius move on their part. That's the best way to explain that away. Somehow they were able to stop any more copies of this story from printing again. I have too many questions. What was he even doing outside? How did he even escape? Were Toho able to catch him? Oh, we don't even know if they caught him? Yeah, like where was he going? What was his goal? Alright, they keep... I'm telling you right off the bat, the next video is the Masura suit incident, and they keep hyping up the moth. And the next video is the longest one in the series. It's 11 minutes long. So I feel like the next video is about to be pretty crazy. I'm going to translate the description just right off the bat for this one. This place, the outside air, the cars, the windows, the house. Did they just move on?
Damn, I'm horrible at boots.
Is he referring to, well, did they just move on from like what happened from Hiroshima and stuff? Is that what he's saying? Tape 10. Masura suit incident, 1964.
Yeah. That's the tongue. That's the... There was a boot going that way. Right.
So this is supposed to be Godzilla versus the Moth, or Mothra.
13. It'll be a little more higher. Stretch it.
Well,
Right up more.
Just like when we saw Anguirus versus Godzilla.
yeah.
A lot more out.
The spy I had befriended had told me what had happened during the time the man in the suit had escaped. He had told me that something went wrong. He said this has happened because of what conditions the man in the suit was in. He was lathered with some paste that made him look different and a bit shiny. He had to wear a glossy type of contact so they could hide his bloodshot eyes. He was forced to withstand high wind. He was dragged around. He was treated like a circus animal. During production, instead of the man in the suit fighting another man in a monster suit, it would be replaced by a puppet. I mean, it makes sense. How would they put a person in the Mothra suit, really? The man in the suit saw Masura, the puppet moth, as a living being. He thought someone was inside the puppet because of how lifelike it acted. Toho thought that this was a very smart tactic until they realized they had a problem. What happened? What happened? Someone needed to be in one of the larvae suits. One female actor thought it was a good idea because of how much security they had, so agreed to be in one of the shots, being inside the larva suits. Wait. It was originally her first day on the job and invited her parents to see her act. Her parents didn't care about what character she was in the movie. They were happy that she was even included in production. Hey, W for supportive parents. We love to see. Maybe this is the wrong movie though.
They're doing independent part.
Sadly, the amount of security isn't going to help her out of the trap she had put herself in. In one of the scenes they were filming, the man in the suit snapped. Going after the Masura puppet, biting onto it. After realizing that the moth was a puppet, he would go ballistic and charged after the woman in the larva suit. Yeah, this would happen.
Holding on.
Yeah.
One more in there.
And the same thing's gonna happen just like it did with Anguirus.
Multi-circle around and hit him.
She's gonna turn into the larvae. The man in the suit charges forward against the other suit. The larvae suit had plenty of headroom for her to duck down, but that won't stop the man from charging deeper.
Okay, that's it.
While her head gets bitten, her parents see everything. They tried to intervene. Is he gonna kill them too? They were both mauled to death by the man in the suit. After mauling them, the man in the suit would immediately try and protect the larva suit, but the production crew were ready this time. Yeah, he's trying to do the exact same thing that happened with Anguirus. With tasers, they stunned him away from the larva suit. In some fit of rage, he barges through security and escapes. There was a team that was quickly dispatched to catch the man in the suit. 4 men were tasked to stay with the larva suit, wanting to try and get her out of the suit. I mean, good idea, yeah, try to get her out of the suit before she transforms. Spy was in the team to get the man in the suit. It took an hour to find the man in the suit. Alright, at least they ended up, like,
Love
finding
this
him.
car, by
And
the
they
way.
captured him, too. They saw him looking around the forest as if he was just wandering around and looking at nature. As if he was calm. It is almost like a virus, I agree. The calmness broke as it saw the people trying to capture it.
I think that's about right. Maybe.
The man in the suit was surrounded. Then it would start to shake violently.
Does that make it more fatter?
He twitched as a sudden sound, as if he was vibrating. What is about to happen?
Or what can I do? Or what I could do though is make the soul thicker. Oh, like, I don't know, that much?
It vomited a red boiling liquid, presumably his own blood.
But that way.
There. I hate that we're hearing the liquid too. This is its version of its laser. This is the version. It shoots out boiling blood. It was probably a last resort the creature had, but somehow they had a hold of the beast and took it back. The spy took a picture of what was left.
That's probably it.
Oh, damn.
Oh, yeah.
They left quickly to go put the man in the suit into a secure place. I was gonna ask that. I was wondering if he was gonna get his own, like, a version of atomic breath. I did not think it would be boiling blood. They feared the worst coming back. Yeah, what happened to the larva? No. This is what they expected.
The shield. When I tried to use the shield, it never worked.
This.
This is what they found. Wait, so that's not what happened to her? What actually happened?
No, boots. Boots.
Wait, what did they find?
Boy.
Damn. It's gonna turn into an actual version of Mothra. Nah, that's crazy. So the man in the suit was like, oh wait, you had me fighting a fake? Alright, I'm gonna go make a real one real quick. And then went and bit the larva, and now it's gonna become an actual Mothra. So that was the analog horror series, The Man in the Suit, and honestly, I can see why you guys were recommending this one so much. Literally for the last 2 weeks, you guys have been blowing up my comment section saying that I gotta cover it, and the storytelling in this one is actually really good.
That's
I like
another
how
close
it's slowly
one.
progressing and just getting crazier and crazier. As far as where I think this is gonna go in the future, I do think Godzilla is creating his own army. I mean, he did say it himself back in like the Anguirus video, but now it's him, Anguirus, and what's gonna become Mothra. Now, I'm not huge into the Godzilla lore. lore, so you guys might have to help me with some stuff. But I do know that one of Godzilla's biggest villains is King Ghidorah, who is like this gigantic three-headed dragon that I think came from space. Correct me if I'm wrong about that. But King Ghidorah's first appearance is actually in 1964, which is the same year that we left off on today, which means maybe after Mothra, Godzilla might go after King Ghidorah next. And that one would be definitely pretty nuts, especially if all of these people that are merging with the suit end up really getting the powers that their suit's supposed to have. Also pretty wild to think that Mothra might just end up flying around. But I really like where this series is going. I think Godzilla is going to create a gigantic army and then try to attack whoever he thinks is responsible for Hiroshima, which wouldn't that be the US? Like how exactly would that work? Would he just launch a gigantic attack on the US? Let me know what you guys think in the comments. I do think the cameraman is going to get more involved, and I do think he's going to end up stopping this whole thing before it gets too insane. We do definitely know that more videos are coming in the future, so if you do want me to continue to cover this series, don't forget to drop a like on this video, and also don't forget to comment any theories you may have in the comments down below. Also, again, big shout out to Unknowingly, who's the creator of this analog horror series. Their channel will be at the top of the description down below. Please be sure to go and support your analog horror content creators. And alright guys, if you did enjoy this video, don't forget to subscribe. We do videos like this all the time, and we're trying to hit 400k before the end of 2024. And alright guys, I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I will see you in the next one. Peace. I do know that one of Godzilla's biggest villains is King Ghidorah, but King Ghidorah's first appearance is actually in 1964, which is the same year that we left off on today, which means maybe after Mothra, Godzilla might go after King Ghidorah next. Hello gorgeous people.
Yeah, that little reports don't match, so you know what?
Another video. In today's video, we are back going over the amazing analog horror series called The Man in the Suit. Now, it's been 5 months since I covered this series, and that's because there hasn't been a ton of uploads from it. But when I uploaded that first video, you guys absolutely loved this series. I mean, 2.3 million views, that's literally one of the highest videos I've ever put out. And I was right in my prediction for this one, because the newest entry in The Man in the Suit is the Ghidorah suit incident. There also was another update video that I missed, so we'll be going over 2 new videos from the Man in the Suit today. But it has been 5 months since I made that last video, and that last video is an hour long, so I'm gonna give you a very quick recap of everything that happened in this series so far. Basically, in 1954, they started shooting the Godzilla movies. Back in this time, it was just a bunch of actors in suits fighting on screen, and during the first Godzilla movie, the actor in the suit wore the suit quite often. During filming, the actor randomly stops moving and they try to take the suit off of him, but turns out that he fused to the suit. In the video's description, we find out that the actor sees Godzilla as a god and he wants to use the suit to become a god of good and evil. A year later, in 1955, is the Anguirus suit incident. For some reason, Toho decides to invite Goji back to film the sequel movie where Godzilla will fight Anguirus. The person in the Anguirus suit is not told that he's fighting a person that's fused with the Godzilla suit, and Godzilla ends up biting Anguirus' neck during a fight in the movie. The person in the Anguirus suit stops moving for a while, and when they try to remove him from the suit, they find out that the Anguirus actor is fused to his suit now too. In the description for this one, we find out that Godzilla plans on making an army that shows what happens when there is nuclear war, and he wants to avenge his family. Around 7 years later, when filming the King Kong vs. Godzilla movie, Goji is more aggressive than usual and falls off the cliff with King Kong in the movie and ends up drowning the actor in the suit. We find out that the person telling us
I think that's the best I could do with boots.
The cameraman for the film. Godzilla traces the cameraman down, calling him a traitor, but the cameraman does get away alive. My current theory at this point was that Godzilla is actually trying to get revenge for everything that happened with Hiroshima and the nuclear war and things like that, and because his family died in the Hiroshima bombing. A little while later, the cameraman decides to bring all the information that he has on Goji to his friend Elisa. Elisa basically tells him that the man in the suit is fusing to the suit more and becoming more of an animal, and that he eventually will need to be put down. The cameraman then decides to sneak around Toho to get some more info on Goji, and he finds a tape labeled compatibility test. This tape confirms that Toho is totally aware of the situation that they're in and decides to do tests on the man in the suit. In this tape, Toho decides to get the man out of the suit but fails and only takes off a piece of his back. They consider this a success for some reason, so it seems like Toho is like weirdly trying to do things with the man in the suit, but it's not 100% sure what their full intentions are. Oh, and the cameraman that was working at Toho has now been fired because they found out that he was basically leaking information on Goji to other people. We end up finding out from another tape that Toho does still have the man in the Anguirus suit, and they wanted him to fight Goji in another movie, but the man in the Anguirus suit does not comply. He didn't want to become this monstrous thing fused to a suit that he is now, but Toho does torture him a little bit by tasing him and other things like that to try to get him to fight Goji. Toho decides to not worry about the Anguirus suit anymore because they have a new idea for a movie, which is a movie about Godzilla fighting a giant moth. This leads us to the Masura suit incident. During another movie shoot, Godzilla fights a giant moth called Masura, or also known as Mothra, but in this one it turns out Godzilla is actually just fighting a puppet rather than a person in a suit. But for Masura's larva in the movie, they decide to use people in suits. When Godzilla realizes that Masura is actually just a puppet after biting it, he gets super angry. He then decides to go after the person in the larva suit and bites them. The person in the larva suit was actually a female whose parents were on set watching the whole production of the movie, and when they saw their daughter get bitten while in the suit, the parents decide to approach him and they end up getting killed by Goji. The production team decides to separate the man in the suit from the larva in hopes that they'll be able to stop her from becoming another person in the suit, so they decide to tase Goji, and Goji runs off and escapes the entire production facility. This leads to several people seeing Godzilla just out on the street in the suit walking around. People take pictures. There's even a small newspaper article about it. But Toho's easily able to cover this up by saying it's just advertising for a new movie. When the production team does end up finding Godzilla, they approach him, but he decides to violently shake.
Really?
What he ends up doing is shooting out this red boiling liquid, which everyone thinks is his blood. But the whole point here is that the man in the suit isn't just the man in the suit anymore. He's actually getting Godzilla's powers. He shoots out his boiling blood, but it's similar to Godzilla's actual atomic breath blast that he shoots. This implies that anybody that becomes a part of their suit may also gain the powers of whoever's suit they're in. And now going back to the larva suit, we actually find out that the girl in the larva suit didn't just become a part of the larva suit, she actually turned into a cocoon, which will now end up becoming Mothra. So in short, Goji is basically biting a bunch of people and turning these monsters that he's supposed to be fighting into actual real monsters, and they are gaining the powers of the suits that they are in. So today we're going to continue going over the series and see what crazy things happen next. Again, this entire series was made by the incredible creator Unknowingly, whose channel link will be at the top of the description down below. Please be sure to go and support your analog horror content creators. Alright guys, I'm super excited to jump back into this series today. So here we go, let's jump right in. Tape 11. 7 updates, 1964.
Buddy.
I've gotten several updates on what happened after the Masura incident. A little blurrier this time, I think. 7 important things happened during that. Hit me with them. The spy had passed by a room where a Toho executive and government figure were talking. Government figure? They were talking about the current state on the matter. Talking about the cocoon, the current state Gojira was in, the news, etc. The most important detail I got from that was that I finally knew who was helping them along with hiding this. The government's helping them? Secondly was the cocoon. The cocoon, or chrysalis, was forming in one of the warehouses that stored the props for filmmaking. That's insane, they're just growing a Mothra pretty much. They got people to try and take it off, but when touching the cocoon, it sprayed an orange gas that flooded the room,
Oh, man.
presumably being something radioactive or poisonous. Thankfully, no one got hurt. They evacuated the warehouse instead of removing it. They want to keep it. Studying purposes?
I think that's the sketch.
I'm very agitated about this whole situation. They're doing stupid little mistakes that ruin other people's lives. Thirdly, scientists or specialists arrived on the scene where the man in the suit released his blood. Yes, the vomited, boiling blood. Expecting the same puddle from before, but they were met with this. What happened to the puddle? Is it smoking? It had gotten so bad that they needed people in hazmat suits so they can come closer to the puddle.
I think that's good for the sketch. For this one.
As they looked at the puddle, they realized they needed to shut down the area. Why? What's wrong with it? Tell me. They were too afraid to touch the substance, so they closed down the area.
Watching the.
Fourthly, someone at the scene of the puddle said that they could have seen an eyeball.
He's watching Godzilla on the sideline, pretty much.
They weren't too sure to believe their claims, thinking it could have been a hoax. Are you telling me the puddle is alive? They weren't taking any chances, looking closer if they could find the eye in the puddle. They weren't successful for finding the eye in the puddle. The area around it was shut down. So that's so odd to me. That's like really out of place for this, I feel like. Now he's vomiting blood, which seemed like it was just like his version of the atomic ray, right? Or Godzilla's atomic blast. But instead his is like a creepy blood boiling blast. But it seems there may have been like actual purpose with that, and it might be alive. Again, I don't know if this is something like in Godzilla lore that's happened before, or if there's something similar to this, but it's just really, really odd. They're saying they can't find the eye now, but that can't be a random comment. Fifthly, I found out that they were going to make another movie despite what is going on. Of course. I mean, they've made like 4 already despite what's going on. Sixth, I've gotten mail from one of my daughters. Nah, this guy has a family, bro. What does it say?
Let's see.
Me, mommy, you, camera. What's that on the left? We miss you, Daddy. Dear Blank, I've been worried about you. It was only supposed to be 1 movie. Is there more? Are you okay? What's going on? Okay, so this guy, the cameraman, I guess was only supposed to work on one of the Godzilla movies. Now that he's staying there and like looking into this, his family's even concerned. I'm concerned for this guy's family because Toho knows that he's kind of like up to something, especially when they fired him and stuff. I miss them. I'm stuck here, only here to show what happened. I want to go home, but I can't. He's determined to get this, to see this through.
That's how it wants. So that's how it wants to feel.
Okay. Stop it.
I'll learn how to do frills.
Concept art for what the new monster would look like. This time, I'm going to try and intervene.
What should we do next? Play code.
I can't let this happen. Not for the 3rd
Hey, I feel
time.
like coding.
There he is. Ghidorah. 3-headed dragon. Okay, so a few things. I had said in my first video that I really had a lot of thoughts about like Toho.
Let me just switch things up.
They knew this was going on, that they were trying to prevent issues, but also still kind of having the man in the suit in these movies. Like, it's weird that they would still have him around playing Godzilla.
Let me just close Photoshop.
They're like trying to prevent other monsters from being created. Like, if you're really trying to prevent the monsters from being created, then get rid of the man in the suit or completely isolate him, find a way to fix him. Keep making movies, go ahead, but get a new Godzilla, you know what I mean? But the fact that they're with government officials is really weird. Like, what is the point of that? Why would the government be involved with the man in the suit directly? Unless there's something else going on that we just don't fully know yet. One more thing that I want to call out, some people are calling some similarities between this Godzilla and Shin Godzilla in the comments on my previous video, and this one's pretty interesting. We do know that the person that's being Godzilla in this series is eventually going to evolve and mutate. In fact,
let me
he's
go
kind of
cook up
mutated a little bit
something.
already. Check out this comment by Greenboy466. In Shin Godzilla, a 2016 remake of Godzilla, Godzilla had a deleted scene of him throwing up rivers of his own blood due to him constantly evolving and mutating. The idea didn't end up making it into the movie, but it works great here as well. I wouldn't doubt that the creator unknowingly knew about this deleted scene and decided to try to do something similar in the series. I think it would make sense for Godzilla to definitely be evolving and mutating at this point this far into the series, and maybe him throwing up his own blood is like a sign of that for people that are like real Godzilla fans that know what that is. But I can't seem to find anything about the blood mutating into something. If you guys know anything about that, let me know in the comments down below. And one more thing. So in the description for this one, there is some dialogue. It must be from the conversation between the Toho producer and the government official. And here's what it says. This is what I heard from the conversation. We made our deal whenever it bit onto the Anguirus actor. Yeah, but we as a company don't want this anymore. Too late. It was your fault you made the second movie, then the one after that. I get it, but why even keep it alive? Why do we have to keep it? That is classified information. But why must we keep it? If we took it and someone sees the abomination, both of us are going to fall. But if you do it, we will be in your favor. We don't want to scare the public. Interesting. Besides, the deal was that we keep quiet if you supply us enough yen from your kaiju movies. What I'm confused about is whenever you took him to do audio tests on him in 1956, there was a tape that was misplaced with a speech that angered him. It was some sort of misinput. You're positive? Yes. Why must you make our company associated with it, like the logo and everything? Didn't I tell you that answer? I apologize. Forgiven. Just want to inform you that we have a script in works about a movie with a three-headed monster. And if you have another incident, don't worry, this costume will be fitted with some puppeteering, thicker skin made of a material that he can't chomp on. We will be good. Good. And if another incident happens, you will be stuck to make another suit for Gojira. Hire a new actor, make sure that the suit is sanitized and clean. And what would you do with the man in the suit? That's classified information. I'm extremely confused about that. Okay, so if this is between the government official and Toho, what is the deal that they made? It seems that Toho wants out of this at this point, which is, I guess, why they tried to prevent the whole Mothra incident happening. When Godzilla was trying to protect the larva so it could finish transforming, Toho kind of went in and tased Godzilla to get him away so that they could try to save the person in the larva. So it does seem that they actually do want out. But apparently they made some deal and now they're screwed. Now what's interesting is that the Toho person says, I'm confused about is whenever you took him to do audio tests on him in 1956, there was a tape that was misplaced with a speech that angered him, which is the Oppenheimer quotes that we heard. And I remember saying that that was really weird that they would play that, but it seems that they played it to piss him off. And the government official says it was a misinput, but come on, that's a bunch of crap. Apparently Toho has a plan to make sure that this Ghidorah suit doesn't happen to have the same incidents as the past suits by having it have thicker skin, thicker material or whatever. Let's be real, man in the suit is gonna find a way around that somehow. I don't know, this deal is very confusing to me. I'm not sure what's being implied here. The government seems like they want him around for something, even though Toho doesn't want him anymore. But I guess it's time to jump in
Not
to
feeling
the
it.
Ghidorah incident.
What am I feeling right now? Ooh, people message.
Tape 12. Ghidorah suit incident, 1964. Before we start this one, there seems to be some footage from one of the Godzilla movies, so I just want to clarify that if the footage is muted after I stop speaking here, then it's probably because it got copyrighted, but I promise you audio will come back.
Let's see here.
What creature is that?
Am I looking? Which one am I looking for? I could do. I mean, do I want to do more My Hero? I don't know.
It's definitely a Ghidorah. Aw, damn, look at the way he comes in. That's awesome. I've never seen the originals before, like the OGs. Toho decided to be more careful and cautious during filming their next film.
Let's do Ishino Semi again. Let's do.
Their plan was to make a semi-puppet, semi-suit. Their reasoning for this is to possibly confuse the man in the suit. Okay. Should've just made it a puppet entirely, but... Toho have been testing with new materials that would be resistant to heavy damage. He's definitely gonna find a way around it somehow. These materials consisted of blank, blank, and blank. Nice. There's definitely like an upgrade in this video compared to the past ones. The lower body would have this toughened material. It's probably where the actor would be.
Yeah, I'm being totally yourself. Michael, just saying like, chill.
The head and neck, however, were made for puppeteering, meaning they wouldn't be made of this material. Most other kaiju that were in the film were puppets. Learning from their mistakes from last time, the larva for Mothra was now a puppet.
Wish.
This time, I will intervene. I'm curious what he's gonna do.
Oh, I got beans.
Oh, a gun. Okay, cameraman, I didn't know you got it like that. I know it sounds risky to go to a workplace with a shotgun, but this thing needs to be put
down the beans for that one.
And for all. Finally, someone's taking the
Bubble wrap
to kill this thing after all this time.
Is there any bunny ears? There we go. That's what I need.
His appearance changes. I'm not sure how. Might be Toho's doing. Oh, so he looks different than before? Toho's team were incredibly confident about this plan. Footage is glitching out a bit. However, their confidence was put to the test. They only had one last thing to film. The man in the suit was behaving properly because of heavy security. The man in the suit couldn't possibly take a bite out of the suit actor because of the tough material. However, they have forgotten about one thing. Is it the vomiting blood that's boils? According to how it's built, the neck and head were the most vulnerable parts. There is no way.
Ram.
The neck and the head was supported by the suit's actor's arms and hands. Bruh.
Bundles.
There's a contraption that makes it so the suit actor would pull on a lever to open the mouth of Ghidorah. In one of the last shots, the man in the suit would just stay there, not moving. Then he would start to shake violently. Yup, he's gonna do it. He's gonna use his own version of the blast. The team on the set tried to do something, but the suit actor for Ghidorah got too close. He's gonna know what he vomits into its mouth. The man in the suit would bite onto the head of Ghidorah. I don't like how smooth its skin looks now. The man in the suit would puke the same red boiling substance from before in the Ghidorah suit's head. Oh my god. This acidic substance ran through the actor's arm that supported the neck. This was when I started to enter the studio. However, some of the workers there were confused.
Oh no.
They might be confused
They're
about me
speaking
bringing the
Spanish.
car case, the shotgun I brought being inside of it. It's actually not a bad disguise for the shotgun, to be honest. That's what I was concerned about. I was like, how is he just gonna walk in there with that? They stopped me and asked me a question. Where have you been? Fired? I asked, wasn't I fired? Never were, they replied. Wait. So someone sent a fake letter saying he was fired?
Shall we? Word.
As I barged through ignoring their comments, I realized that the set they were in had a power box in the room. He must have noticed me because after puking his acidic blood in the head of Ghidorah's suit, he faced the power box. It happened so fast. Shut up. No way. I can't believe we're getting footage right now. Dude, just whip out the shotgun. Oh. Oh my god, he actually shot. Did he? No way he got him. Oh my god, he got him. Did he blow his head off completely? Oh my god. He actually got him.
Cafe.
No. Nah.
That's like a pig.
It's regenerating?
But some of these ARNGs, I feel like they're trying too hard. They put it on.
What am I looking at?
Navigation?
I can't even tell what this is though. So when you translate what it said at the end there, you get "you can't kill God," which definitely means Godzilla survived that shot and may have in fact like regenerated somehow. Firstly, before I even jump into like all of my thoughts and theories and everything, unknowingly, if you're watching this, I want to let you know that was incredible. Based off of even the first video I reacted to and this one, there's such a difference between the quality. I mean, you had what seemed like actual, I believe that was animation, that running scene. It seemed like you had fresh images that you created. The text even coming on screen was nicer. The whole VHS vibe was nicer. You could definitely tell the production value has gone up so much. Incredibly proud of you, and you've done such a great job. I'm happy that despite the crap crap that happened online after you got your first big wave of popularity that you continued to push through,
Wow.
strive and work on this, and it came out so well. Very good job Unknowingly. I just had to say that. First thing I want to talk about, we were lied to, or our main character was lied to. He apparently was fired from Toho, but turns out he wasn't. He was never fired. And in the comments
wow, these
here,
kids.
someone said, what a plot twist, the man in the suit knew that the cameraman attempted to stop this, so he pretended to be the official Toho episodes ago and somehow sent him a letter telling him that he was fired from the job so that he couldn't stop him from creating more
What's that, message me?
monsters in suits. And Unknowingly liked that comment, pretty much just confirming, like, yeah, that's true. So the man in the suit was actually the one that sent the letter to our main character saying he was fired so that he would try to prevent him, you know, just hoping, being like, all right, you're fired, don't come back here, all right, don't worry about this. Another thing is, I'm happy that someone actually shot Godzilla, shot the man in the suit, because man, this should have happened like 40 episodes ago. I mean, with all the concerning things happening, and someone finally did it, our character finally did it, only to figure out that Godzilla can regenerate ridiculously fast. And obviously the Ghidorah suit seems to now be a creature too, although I'm sure this one's gonna be like grossly deformed since he like used his boiling blood vomit on it. I can't even imagine being in a suit for a movie and acting it out, and then all of a sudden you just get this boiling blood coming down your arm and burning you, and then now transforming you into somewhat of a real Ghidorah. He really is creating like an army here. Now he's gonna have Mothra soon come out of that cocoon. We got Anguirus and we got Ghidorah. I'm not sure what others we can get. I know King Kong was killed. I know there's definitely a few others that I just can't remember the names of off the top of my head, but I'm curious where this is gonna go, because this can't just keep happening, you know what I mean? Like, obviously it's going to continue, but different things have to be done. How would you destroy the man in the suit now? If you tried shooting him, you literally blew his head off and then he just regenerated. I feel like the only way to get rid of him would be to completely destroy his body entirely, which again, how would you do that? As a single person trying to stop this, how would you do that? But again, incredible job Unknowingly. If you guys would like to go support Unknowingly, their channel will be at the top of the description down below. Please be sure to go and support your analog horror content creators. I really do love this series, and I'm so happy to see it back, and I hope we get another episode somewhat soon, but again, no rush. Always willing to wait for good work. Also guys, don't want you forgetting, we are sponsored by GamerSupps. You can check them out using the link in the description down below and using code IMMORTAL for 20% off. All you do is put a few scoops in your water and you could either get more energy or get a delicious drink. And also, if we do get enough sales, we might be able to get a flavor of our own soon. Link in the description. If you guys did enjoy this video overall, please don't forget to drop a like on it. It helps spread it out to more and more people. And also, please don't forget to subscribe. We're trying to hit 1 million before the end of the year. Thank you guys so much. We just hit 600k recently. I can't thank you guys enough. But alright guys, I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I will see you in the next one. Peace.
Thing.
Warning.
What?
This video contains flashing lights. This is the emergency broadcast system. The United States federal government is issuing a mandatory evacuation order for the entire northern region of Alaska. Anyone currently in the northern region of Alaska must evacuate south immediately. Avoid any unusual persons or objects that you may encounter. You have 72 hours to evacuate. If you do not evacuate, you will be considered hostile and may be shot. Evacuate now.
I am afraid. Have we made a mistake? What if the signal goes beyond what we know? Things beyond our comprehension. My God. What have we done?
Hello gorgeous people, what is going on, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, we will be going over an up-and-coming analog horror series called Arcadia. In this series, we learn about a bit of an experiment that was done in Alaska. After the experiment goes terribly wrong, the research lab explodes, and we come to learn that the consequences of this experiment may have actually doomed the entire world. In today's video, we're going to watch and go through every video in the series and see if we could piece together exactly what's going on here. This analog horror series is incredible, so be sure to go check out Chilling Abyss's channel, which will be linked at the top of the description down below. Please be sure to go and support your analog horror content creators. But alright, enough of me yapping, let's jump right in. Chapter 1. Welcome to Arcadia. Video 1. Deep Sea Live. Arcadia TV. 9:58 p.m. Up next, Deep Sea Live, Forest Night Hike, Sky Watching, Paid Programming. We're watching Deep Sea Live today, which I'm guessing is just a look at the ocean live on TV. Welcome to the highly anticipated premiere of Deep Sea Live. For the past few months, we've been working tirelessly to create an unparalleled viewing experience.
See?
Okay. Thanks to the generous support of our sponsors, the Deep Blue Foundation and Spectrum Innovations, we are thrilled to bring you an incredible, never-before-seen experience that will take you deep into the ocean's mysterious depths. I hope we actually do see something cool. Get ready to experience the ocean like never before as you peer through our new state-of-the-art camera, focused intently on the pit, a seemingly bottomless hole of unknown depths. The vessel is operated by a single individual who will provide captions for what you observe. Okay, so someone's inside this little thing with a camera. We sincerely hope that you enjoy this broadcast. Everything seems normal right now, except for the whole pit. It being called the pit kind of creeps me out a bit. 10 p.m. Enabling hydrophone. Okay, now we could hear too. Whales. Okay. Kind of sucks we can't see them. Alright, where's this gonna start to get weird? Dragonfish. Okay, I believe the dragonfish is a real fish, so as creepy as that thing looked, that apparently is normal for deep water. Damn, 10:31 and all we heard whales and saw a dragonfish. Okay, that sounded a lot bigger than a whale. Unknown. 10:43 p.m. I don't know of any fish that have glowing eyes like that. Question mark. $10:54 p.m.
Yeah, you have to bed. Engineers command. Damn.
Is something like hitting the submersible? Because it sounds like something's clanking on metal. System malfunction. Okay, something was definitely messing with it out of camera view. Light and sound gone. Attempting system reboot. Maybe it's time to head back up, bro. The light's kinda coming back. Recall the sub now. Come on, show me a glimpse of what it is. Please help me. Oh, this poor guy must be terrified. God. Technical difficulties, please stand by. Okay, so that was quite the interesting start. Basically, we're just seeing a live TV show of underwater, and it's honestly a cool concept. Like a live show just showing underwater, you know, underwater creatures and stuff like that, just stuff that you don't usually see all the time. Except that something does start messing with the entire thing. It seems like that person is probably dead at the end because it came running like at the camera. Let's try to slow it down now. It's the same thing with the glowing eyes. Okay, so you can kind of see here, it's not just this like face here, it's something bigger. It almost looks like it has like, I don't know, what would you call those? You know what ants have that are like, you know what I'm talking about? It looks like it almost has that. And maybe it has it on both sides, but the light's only seen on this side, because watch as we go closer and back. It's definitely something there with that. Either way, horrifying situation to be in. Jeez. I will say there were a couple companies named at the beginning of this. Deep Blue Foundation and Spectrum Innovations. I will note that down just in case. Usually when a company's mentioned, even if it's just like a one-off thing, they might end up coming back later, you know, working on some other thing that's a totally separate project. We'll keep that noted because you never know with these company things. But I have no idea where this is going to go because I don't think that this involves, like, I don't think that this is like an underwater analog horror. As far as I could tell from the way the other videos appear, it doesn't seem that way. This might be a one-off incident that's connected to something else. I guess we'll just jump right into the next one and see. Video 2. Mythical creatures. Warning, while you may have been told by your parents that monsters aren't real, the truth is that they do exist and can cause harm. If you or someone you know has recently come in— whoa, hold up. If you or someone you know has recently come into contact with an unusual entity, please notify your local authorities immediately. Alright, so now we're jumping into a world where monsters are real in this universe where this is taking place. Midnight Safety Guide, okay. Episode 4, Mythical Creatures. Alright, so we're missing a few, but I guess we'll start here. In recent years, a growing number of anomalous entities have been documented. Mythical creatures are among the more recent additions to the list. Okay. Mythical creatures can manifest in various forms, but a common characteristic is their humanoid
Is he here, Pim?
appearance. They appear only at night, often concealing themselves behind closed doors or obscured windows. They will try to gain your attention. Staying quiet and still may prompt them to leave. May. However, once you engage with them, they become aware of your identity. Okay, let's be quiet and still. Don't engage.
Hello? Is there somebody there?
No.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
They will offer something desirable. It's important not to accept their offer or any items they present. Alright, hold up. Can you hear that? I think it looks like my mic is picking it up, so I think you guys should be able to hear that. I got like peak analog horror watching scenario right here. It is like thundering, lightning, raining like crazy outside my house right now. As good as it is for the vibe for me, like I'm getting like flashing lights on my window right here. If you guys hear it from time to time, you know what it is. I'll try to take it out in editing, but you might hear it here and there. If you refuse to accept any offerings, the creature may become increasingly hostile. Its physical form will begin to warp and decay over time. Oh, your door better have a lock on it. Oh, you're cooked. Okay, there's no captions, damn. It said something. I'll go back and we'll try to go through it again. If you survive for 30 days, the creature will vanish.
He's blaming others.
He will leave behind a strange marking. This is the creature's name. Okay. Only 3 instances of individuals surviving the entire 30 days have been documented. Wow, okay. So it's quite rare. And now you know. Oh, that's it. And now you know. Okay, so let's just run through all of the information that we just learned. So from the jump, they say that there's a growing number of anomalous entities that have been documented in recent years. So this isn't the only anomalous entity. This is one of many different things. But mythical creatures, they call these, are among a recent new one. They can manifest in various forms, commonly humanoid. They can appear behind closed doors or windows. They will try to get your attention. Now, if you give them attention, they become aware of your identity. So as we saw, this little girl, I presume, messed up by basically hearing it and then being like, hello, who's there? Can you hear me? Now, apparently they will offer you something desirable. Now, it's important that you shouldn't accept whatever they offer you, but if you refuse to accept, it will become hostile. So I wonder what happens if you do accept what it offers. Is it just another way to bait you into possibly killing you? Because it seems that if you don't accept any offerings, this thing will try to kill you anyway. But they do say that if you survive 30 days against this thing, its physical form will warp and decay over time. Although it is incredibly rare if you survive the 30 days, as apparently it's only been documented to have happened 3 times ever. They will also leave a strange marking behind, and if they do, this is the name of the creature.
We'll look
So
for that.
I wrote these down just in case if we somehow do see these again, or if we do see any strange markings that are similar. Now, this thing does say something to the little girl. Let me see if I can turn the volume up here and hear what it says.
Let's see if we could keep all of our, both me and them alive. Come on, Boop. Choose someone.
I think it said, come on, your mother's in here, come through the door, which would make sense. I guess you'd probably be desiring your mother in that situation because you're scared. And then obviously it opens the door all the way here, and it looks kind of silly, but it does look like, I imagine these things are kind of small because they're using like this image to show them. But it does look very small. Its head looks very small, and it looks like it just has 2 eyes. And it seems like that it kills her pretty much, which is incredibly sad. But I guess now we know about one of the strange entities that will appear in this universe, and maybe it will appear again. We'll just have to see. But alright, on to the next one. Video 3. Arcadia Apology. We're deeply sorry for the delay in our response to the recent incident on Deep Sea Live. We understand that many viewers were frightened by what they saw, and we sincerely apologize for any distress that was caused. That's right, because I don't know about the last one, but Deep Sea Live was definitely broadcasted on TV. The incident was the result of a rogue employee who played a prank on our viewers. We have taken immediate action to terminate this employee and to implement new security measures to prevent this from happening again.
No,
Now we obviously know that's not true. We understand that TV is a place where people come to relax and unwind. We are committed to providing a safe and enjoyable experience for our viewers, and we will continue to work hard to earn back your trust. We hope that you will accept our apology and continue to enjoy our programming. Thank you for understanding. Sincerely, the Arcadia team.
Let's go into a room.
This is just the beginning. There is more to come.
Damn, I think I'm gonna voted.
But clearly that last video that we just watched is not true. I don't think it was a rogue employee trying to scare people. I genuinely think something came on camera there that maybe we weren't supposed to see, or that they can't even explain themselves. And to not cause mass panic, they decided to just be like, oh, you know, worker tried to play a prank. And then obviously at the end there, you see that the message gets taken over, and someone actually does put a message saying this is just the beginning and there's more to come. So let's jump right into the next one. Video 4. The Crying Cave.
Oh, can't sabotage. Oh, wait. Oh, I guess me sabotage when I can't do it.
What was that? Is that someone falling from the sky? A body was found near blank on July 19th. So that was a body. A folded missing persons poster and a video camera were found close to the body. Missing. Hold on. So missing Sarah Brown, Jack Miller, and Daniel Smith. 15, 13, 15. Last seen July 17th, entering the Crying Cave. If you have information, contact local authorities. Last seen July 17th and July 19th. Okay, so that lines up. The poster was for 3 teenagers who had never been reported missing. Never been reported.
Oh, they did?
2 of the missing teenagers were found safe and sound with their families. Jack Miller does not exist. Interesting. 9:34 p.m. July 18th, 1988.
Hello?
$9:52. This must be the Crying Cave.
Someone message. No, I have no message.
Okay, we're running away. Good idea. Good idea.
See if expires.
Well, I see why it might be called the Crying Cave. 9:58. Is that the entrance? Well, that seems like a incredibly deep hole. What?
Beam the diamond. I don't want to beam. That's just fucking. That's a dog.
What about the body of the person? Did they identify that?
That's great. I'm not gonna play it.
There's the person falling again. Okay, so I think I have a solid theory already, but let's just go back over everything again. Somebody falls from the sky. Weird enough. Their body is found on July 19th. They're found with a missing persons poster and a video camera close to the body, which is presumably owned by this person that fell from the sky. And the missing poster is for 3 kids. 2 of them were never missing to begin with. And then the middle one, Jack Miller, never even existed. And then we get footage of what seems to be the person that fell, like their last recording. And they're in this cave. And they see some eyes, which could be the same eyes that we saw back in the Deep Sea Live video, or it could be something else. By the way, it scares them. They run, and then they find this hole. Now, the camera starts to bug out, too, when they look at the hole. And then they seem to fall in, and then it's a bunch of static, and then we see that's when the person falls from the sky. So, the only way that this makes sense to me is if this person that fell from the sky is from some sort of alternate reality. And they went to the Crying Cave to try to find these kids, maybe to try to find out what happened to them. Meanwhile, he somehow stumbled upon a hole that sent him into another reality, which is very similar to ours or theirs, but slightly different. And slightly different being the kids never went missing, and some people don't even exist in this universe of ours. Okay, so the person falling from the sky is falling from another parallel universe into the Arcadia, the universe that we're watching. But if I was to think of reasons why those kids went missing, if they were in the same cave, I'm sure they might have fallen through the same hole, and that's how they went missing and why they were so hard to find or whatever. But if that was true, then they would probably have also fallen from the sky just like this person, unless the hole in that cave doesn't always lead to the same place. Now, that's just a theory. I'm just throwing that up in the air. But very interesting now. We have some stuff going on in the deep sea, mythical creatures, and then now maybe alternate realities. So let's just continue watching and see where this goes. I feel like we're, you know, just like analog horror, they always like give you a bunch of videos and then later you're like, oh, I see how they all connect now. So we just got to go through this. We just got to take all of our notes and get everything together, and then we can put it all together like a puzzle. Video 5. The signal.
Uh-oh.
Somebody's trying to. Could be as good as.
Important notice, this tape is a reconstruction of events that transpired at Research Station Bravo in the Arctic from 1980 to 1983. The footage was scavenged from the remains of the station. There are significant jumps in time throughout the reconstruction, and some of the footage has been severely damaged or completely lost. Okay, so what we're about to watch is a bunch of events from Research Station Bravo. But what's interesting to note is that the footage was scavenged from the remains of the station, implying that things may not have ended well here. So, Dr. John Walker. Walker develops the first machine capable of sending and receiving signals from outside our universe. Alright, so immediately tying into my theory of the last one. In theory, if a signal is sent out, other parallel universes should send out a signal at the same time. This will allow us to establish contact with a parallel universe and open a channel of communication. That's cool and all, but why? If it's a parallel universe, you know?
Ooh, one more left.
1980 Atom Laboratories. Booting. Booting complete. Initializing core systems. Loading EVE. EV PNG. February 3rd, 1980. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so sending out a ping. And someone responded. Establishing connection. Complete. Communication. $11:23 received. Hello, world. Wow. Sent. After a few days of communication, we decided to conduct the 3-image test. This test asks them to provide us with 3 images, one of nature, one of a dog, and one of themselves. Okay. So just to see if things are really that similar or different, we received the following images.
Just an infant.
Nature. Seems quite normal.
When the emblem, I emblem myself.
Dog. Also very normal. Themselves. Okay. Everything seems cool here. I don't see a problem. Yet. Having passed the test, we proposed collaborating with them to enable travel between our universes. Okay. They agreed. Did we ever get the year of when the cave thing happened?
How do you see a lime?
November 26, 1981. Another ping. Another universe?
GG.
November 26, 1981, we detected a strange signal coming from a more distant parallel universe. Establishing connection.
I got it.
Ooh. Complete. It was a little harder to get a connection for that one. Communication. Hello? Are you receiving me? Yes. A little rude, they didn't say hi back. Are you human? After a series of increasingly bizarre exchanges, we decided to quickly move forward with the 3-image test.
I was complaining about the speed.
Things are already off from even just trying to connect to them. We received the following images. Nature. Okay, a little more dead, it looks like. Dog. Dead / deformed. Themselves. They didn't let me see the full thing for that. Connection to the world is immediately terminated. Just because they're scary looking? That's a little rude, don't you think? 3 years of cooperation with PW1 culminated in the completion of the machine that would connect our worlds. Wow, so it took 3 years of talking to develop a machine. The day finally arrives. Ready? Yes. It's 2 days before Christmas. 2, 1. Connecting. 0%. 5%, 10%. Okay, and that's the line. I guess whenever it gets there.
Yep, nobody.
Or connection.
It was too fast.
Everything is good. Why did we stop? What is that? The other universe is trying to connect. It's trying to intercept. Come on, you're 97%. Stop the connection. It was going so fast and now it's slowing down. 98%. We can't stop now. %. I will stop it. Warning, system damage.
Damn.
Oh, it's too late. They connected. No. Error.
Damn.
Oh, nah. We see you. The doors to your world are open. Who knows what may enter? I think that explains everything, so let's go over it. So our guy, Dr. John Walker here, decides to develop a machine that is capable of sending and receiving signals from parallel universes. He sends out a ping and finds one other universe, and that's this universe here, which is called PW1, which I believe stands for Parallel World 1. So they get to chatting, things are real good, and they do the 3 photo test to just see how things are in their world. Nature looks good, dogs look normal, and people look normal as well. They decide that after the test that they're going to collaborate to do a device that travels between the universes. Now, at first, I said that this might be kind of stupid and pointless, because what's the point if it's a parallel universe? But I guess parallel universes are like slightly different. So, I don't know, maybe this parallel world has a cure to cancer, and that would be helpful to us if we learn from them to then put it into our world. So I think things like that it makes sense for, until another ping goes off, and it's from a universe over here, which is named PW2. So communication with PW2 is just weird. You know, they say hello, are you receiving me? And they're like, yeah, are you human? Like, just a little bit rude from the jump, and even the connection was a little spotty trying to connect to them. But when they do the 3 photo tests, things get even weirder because, you know, nature's destroyed, dogs, I don't know, there's just something off about that. And then we get people, and now this image is obviously heavily blurred, but you could tell that just something's not right here. Something about them, they may still be human, but they seem to be different in some ways. So immediately after, they terminate the connection. They're like, nah, you guys are a little too weird, a little too disturbing, let's just not do that. Let's continue with PW1. Then while attempting the connection to PW1, we see that PW2 decides, nah, we're intercepting this connection. And then that's when they realize that they can't stop the connection through the machine. So it seems like John Walker decides to maybe destroy the machine because it's a system damage, so maybe he physically tried to stop the machine from doing it, but by then it's already too late. They made connection, and it seems by accident it sends off another ping, and tons of other universes are shown now. It doesn't matter if we communicate with them or anything, because by the end you get a message saying, we see you, the doors to your world are open, who knows what may enter. So that could kind of explain everything we've seen so far. The weird creature in the water in Deep Sea Live, the mystical creatures, and even the cave thing. It all makes sense because these could be things from other universes, other parallel universes that are now coming into our own because the doors are open. Now the question is it only our universe that has the door open, or did that ping that was sent out kind of show that like all these universes are connected now and it's possible to travel between all of them? And like a weird example of the doors being open could be like we saw for the Crying Cave, where there's just a hole in the ground, and when you jump through the hole, all of a sudden you're just in another universe. So that could be proof of that, and it could just be such random things like that that would cause a connection between the universes. But to see, I guess, the true falling out of what's about to happen, we'll just have to keep watching and see. Video 6. Interference. KTNA 7 North Alaskan News. Okay, so we're in North Alaska. Coming up, 6:29 a.m. Morning news, a holiday movie marathon. Afternoon news, a holiday special. Adam Laboratories, looking beyond the stars. This is the same company that I believe worked on the machine to communicate. Fear of the unknown. The forest. Happy holidays, Arcadia TV. Alright, we're jumping
this is
around
orange.
quite a bit here. Explosion in the Arctic. A late-night explosion in northern Alaska sent shockwaves through the region, with hundreds reportedly feeling and hearing the blast. The explosion was so strong that it caused windows to shatter and doors to rattle for hundreds of miles. Jesus. The explosion has also caused widespread television interference in the region. Some have even reported seeing a face in the static of their televisions. Okay, I see the face. Hello, world. That's what PW1 said to us for the first time. You do not realize the consequences of your actions. We will not interfere with what is coming. We will not help. This is not a warning. This is your death sentence. We will watch you suffer. Breaking news. The explosion reportedly originated from a research station owned and operated by Atom Laboratories. Okay, so it seems like this may have taken place 2 days later because there seems to be like a holiday theme going on in the television channel here, and if that's true, it's either the day after, like they're doing it on Christmas Eve, or they're doing it on Christmas Day. Either way, the whole connection thing where the connection went wrong happened on December 23rd. So this was like very shortly after. So the explosion was definitely caused from the same place. I mean, they even said it was from the laboratories, so we know why it happened. It had something to do with the connection going wrong. What confuses me the most about this is who the smile face is, because they immediately start off by saying hello world, which is what PW1 said to us, which was the kind universe that we were interacting with. But then they say, you do not realize the consequences of your actions. We will not interfere with what is coming. We will not help. It's not a warning. This is your death sentence. But this could be PW2 saying that. But it's interesting that they would cause the connection, you know, to break open all these doors and then be like, you know what, we're just gonna watch. We're not going to help you. But I think it'd be a little bit of a twist if it ended up being PW1 that was like, yeah, well, this is the consequence of your actions, so womp womp, you know. But it's just odd. I want to say it's definitely PW2, but what just throws me off is that they said hello world like PW1. But I guess we're all parallel universes and there's a lot of similarities, so it makes sense if they said kind of something similar. But then also, why would PW2 make a connection to us and then be like, we're actually not going to do anything and we want nothing to do with this except for watching? This just seems a little weird. But if PW1 was like, we want nothing to do with this, we're just gonna watch you suffer, this is your own fault, then I feel like that would make a little more sense. I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it. Let me know in the comments down below. Do you think the smile face was PW1 or PW2? Or, I don't know, maybe it's even another outside force. But definitely interesting to see that an explosion happened and they're kind of speaking now with the people of the surrounding area. Video 7.
Save game.
Emergency broadcast system.
Okay, I think should be good. Discord message.
BBS emergency broadcast system. This is the emergency broadcast system. The United States federal government is issuing a mandatory evacuation order
See if they rolls.
Northern region of Alaska. Anyone currently in the northern region of Alaska must evacuate south immediately. Avoid any unusual persons or objects that you may encounter. If you're north of Selawik, Alakekit, or Fort Yukon, evacuate south immediately. You have 72 hours to evacuate. If you do not evacuate, you will be considered hostile and may be shot. Wow. Okay. Evacuate now. With a time A countdown. Okay, and that is the end of chapter 1 of the Arcadia Analog Horror series. Wow, what an incredible introduction, really. I mean, the storytelling in this is very elite so far, just the way that everything's presented to us. I like how they present very odd things super early on that confuse you. Like there's some deep sea thing, and then you're learning about mythical creatures, and then people going missing that don't actually exist. But then it all ties together at the end with the signal video, and you know, they're telling you like there's parallel universes, and things are now able to come in from those parallel universes, and they may be, you know, anomalous, and you may just have no idea what these things could be, and they could be literally anything, it seems like. And then now it seems that this whole thing originated in Alaska, and now the government is panicking to evacuate those people out of the northern region of Alaska so that they could, I guess, contain what's going on there. Now, it's very important to note, in the first few videos, I don't think we were given years in those videos. So this actually isn't true. I realized that in the Mythical Creatures video, we actually do get a year, and the year is 1992, which is way after the experiment happened in the Signal video. So I think this just adds more to the theory that the signal caused these mythical creatures to appear. And we only get a year once we hit the Signal video, which we know takes place from 1980 to 1983. So even the earlier videos that we watched in the series could take place, you know, 84, 85, 86, because that would make sense, because how would any of that take place before the Signal video, before they actually opened a gateway to other alternate realities or alternate parallel universes? As far as where this is going to go next, I already see that the next video is called The Great North Alaskan Disaster, so clearly something really bad is going to happen there. But it seems like we're just going to be seeing how our universe tries to deal with this now, or what their immediate response is going to be to everything happening. Now, at the time of watching this, chapter 1 and chapter 2 is done, so we are about to go over all of chapter 2, but I just wanted to take a little pause break in between to really admire the series and say how much I enjoy it. Chilling Abyss, you are doing an incredible job. If you guys haven't already and you guys are enjoying the series, please be sure to go check out Chilling Abyss's channel. The link will be in the description down below. At the time of this recording, Chilling Abyss is at 8,000 subscribers, so if we could get Chilling Abyss to above 10k or even 15k, that would be incredible. As you guys already know, I rant about this enough on the channel. If you guys go and support these analog horror creators, we're likely to get more of these incredible analog horror videos. You go support them, it can maybe help them financially, you know, with more views and more support. So please, please, please be sure to go check them out. Link in the description down below. And also, I mean, if you like my channel, you know what I'm saying? If this is your first time here, be sure to subscribe. You know, the subscribe button's right there. And also drop a like on the video if you are enjoying it so far. But alright, enough of me yapping. Let's jump into chapter 2. Chapter 2. Paradise Lost. Video 1. The Great North Alaskan Disaster. Alright, here we go. First video of chapter 2. Arcadia Home Entertainment presents. Oh man, I'm excited for this. In association with the state of Alaska. Such a fire intro already. The Great North Alaskan Disaster. Copyright 1990. Okay, so we're jumping forward a little bit, maybe. Notice, the following footage has been approved by the United States federal government to be used in this film. The footage has never been shown to the public. Until now. Okay, so this tape itself could have been made in 1990, but the events probably take place, I'm guessing, right after the last video. Wait, that was definitely John Walker there, right? That had to be. That looked very similar to the photo we saw. Part 1, The Catalyst. (1983) December 23rd. Okay, so when the connection happened. Someone playing a video game in their room. And there's the explosion. Wow. Can you imagine just looking out your window and seeing that? A large explosion occurs at 10:28 in North Alaska. Moments after the explosion, a distress call was made. The following is an audio recording of the distress call. Let's hear it. Hello? Ian Parker.
Damn.
Wow. Come on, Ian, give me some more, give me some more. Sounds like he's crying. Part 2, evacuation. We know everyone had 72 hours, apparently. 1983, December 25th. On Christmas Day, too, man. Yep. Emergency broadcast system. This must be horrifying to be in North Alaska and then see this on your TV. The panic that must have ensued. The emergency broadcast system is activated on Christmas Day at 5:28 a.m. Wow, so people weren't even waking up opening presents yet. An evacuation order is put in place across northern Alaska. All radio and television stations broadcast the EBS message. Evacuate now.
Wait, does he get no
You have
tasks?
until December 28th at 5:30 a.m. The government drops thousands of flyers all over Alaska. Would 3 days even be too long, to be honest? The goal is to reach and inform even the most isolated people. Again, we don't really know what the threat is in North Alaska at the moment, but unfortunately this was quickly stopped when 2 planes mysteriously disappeared during their planned drop routes. Wow, okay. So they're even spreading the evacuation news. Forest fire. Many were able to evacuate, but others were not so lucky. Hundreds of people were still missing. When the evacuation was over, the government released a brief statement. Due to significant environmental hazards arising from an unforeseen event at a research facility in North Alaska, the region is now considered extremely dangerous. Entry to this region is now strictly prohibited by the foreseeable future. For the foreseeable future. I mean, I guess that's a good enough excuse. because you gotta tell the public something if you're doing an evacuation like that. Part 3, the wall. 1989. So we're jumping forward 6 years now. Alaskan wildlife. Alaska's wilderness was once a pulsating heart of life, but the landscape has since changed dramatically. Today, most species find refuge in the southern regions due to the great animal migration of '84. I wonder why they migrated. The wall. The construction of the wall caused the North and South to become alienated. That looks like quite a large wall, too. The wall stretches across Alaska and runs along the Canadian border. The wall is patrolled by the military. No one is allowed to enter. It is illegal to film or take images of the wall without government approval. Wow. So there's very strict on it. You can't even take pictures of it? It protects us from the unknown. Oh, I gotta know what the unknown is. I guess it's a bunch of just anomalous things in that area, but... Part 4. No title. No trespassing, turn back now. Someone's here at the wall. It's a lot of static. The moon? What's that dot? Okay, and that is it for the Great North Alaskan Disaster. So let's just go through that again real quick. So on December 23rd, 1983, a big explosion happens in North Alaska at the research facility, and that happens because we were trying to connect to a parallel universe, PW1, but then PW2, another parallel universe, ended up intercepting, causing the system to malfunction. We tried to break the system, and it seemed that it revealed a bunch of other parallel worlds. They did say at the end of that video, the door is open now. So the question is our door open to every universe, or just PW2, or PW1 and 2? I guess that's still up in the air. I feel like they were trying to tell us that we're open to like all universes now. And North Alaska may be like the main portal or the main doorway to these other universes. So the explosion happens, there's an evacuation. By the way, huge shout out Ian Parker, that voice acting, incredible. That was really, really good. It's voice acting like that that really locks me into these series and gets me hooked. But an evacuation happens, you know, they're trying to contact everybody, even people that are in the most isolated areas, because Alaska isn't just like a bunch of, you know, cities, as far as I know. I know some people live way far deep into the forest or deep into the mountains over there, so it might be harder to contact some people. So they decided to drop thousands of flyers, and even that was almost stopped because apparently 2 of the planes suddenly went missing. So obviously if North Alaska is this bad zone, whatever they're trying to get the people away from obviously caused the planes to go missing. Now we know that there was a bunch of fires and stuff because we got that window shot of the forest fire, which could be caused by the explosion or could be being caused by other things in the area. Then the government just used the excuse saying like, oh, significant environmental hazards because of something that happened at a research lab, so we gotta keep everyone out. But then they decided to build a gigantic wall at some point within the next 6 years. And they're super strict about this wall. They don't even want people taking pictures. They don't want people near it. They're trying to protect everyone from what's inside the wall. So again, my thought is that inside the wall is maybe all these anomalous creatures that we've been seeing. For example, whatever the hell we saw in Deep Sea Live, the mythical creatures, and who knows, maybe tons and tons of other crazy creatures or things or people even from other parallel worlds that are now just walking into ours through a doorway that was created in northern Alaska. At least that's my theory so far. I'm guessing throughout this chapter we're going to end up seeing truly what is on the other side of this wall. Just based off of this footage alone and what you get to hear, it sounds like something massive is on the other side of this wall as well. So it could be things of all different sizes, and that's why the wall is so big, to keep these giant things away from the public. But let's jump right into the next one. Video 2. Exclusion zone safety.
Well, I want to ask.
Okay, so this one's interesting. In the description for this one, it says, "Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil." Last words of James, 1970 to 1989. That means whoever this person is, they die at the age of 19. Enter password. Alright, so we're on some kind of computer. That's a long password, bro. Incident report 231-283-6482. Date of incident October 3rd, 89. Location Allakaket, Alaska. So I believe this town, again, I'm so sorry if you live in Alaska and you live here and I'm butchering the name to hell, but this was one of the towns that people were told to evacuate from in northern Alaska. Casualties: 1 male injured, 1 female missing. Injuries: Ethan Marshall, 34M. Amnesia, fractured eardrum, fractured skull, fractured ribs, brain hemorrhage. Chloe Marshall, 11 female, status unknown.
Oh, they left.
11? No, wait. 34M has to be the age, right? Oh, man. So poor Chloe. It must have been Ethan's daughter. Data transfer complete. Adam Laboratories.
Slip up.